I've been listening to the Waterworld soundtrack from a Super Nintendo game, and it's very good. I think I need to revisit this when I start doing music as an example. I would love to get the guy who made this music. We're gonna listen to the playlist for the stream, but yeah, I would love to get this guy to make my music. I don't have the money to spend on it, so that's not really an option, but it would be great. His name's Dean Evans. Okay, so what have I done since last night's thunderstorm? I don't remember. I drew... I've been working on this layer. I did the one before it. I did this one. And yeah, that was the one I did last night. I drew the boat, and I just did little shadow people on the dock and on the boat. And I cheated by using one of the sprites from the game. I was looking for the boat, and I was like, oh yeah, I can just use that. Which is a little cheap, but whatever. Doesn't matter too much, I don't think. Now I'm doing this scene. I've already done the boat and the girl sitting on it. But I need to do her little mechanic shot and the sign. That's what I've been doing. I'm not thinking of doing anything too complicated here, just a little sign above it. I don't know if I'm gonna do like little... I don't think so. I'll leave it like this. I do need these though. I should probably just convert this into black. Redo the lights. There's no sense drawing all these lines again. Also, I did some looking through some old, NES cutscene references, and I think my my art style for people, I was feeling kind of bad about it, but honestly, the more drawings I looked at on the NES, I'm really close to the same look. It made me feel better about the kind of bad. I mean, it is kind of bad, but also NES cutscenes also look kind of bad. At least like the proportions of characters and stuff, because there's no shading. So they were at a disadvantage, and I'm just not very practiced in it, and we end up meeting somewhere in the middle. Like, look at this and tell me that that doesn't look like what I've been drawing. Look at his feet. Silly looking. I don't know, a lot of them are like this actually. Though Ninja Gaidens do look pretty good. But still, more of a manga style. I think this are a lot better. I don't feel like I'm as far off as I was thinking though. Look at that hair. Her whole brain is in there. I've been grabbing up some new music. I've never played Waterworld. I hear it's a horrible game, but the music's very good in it. I've also been looking at some N64 music because I never owned an N64 as a kid, so I missed most of those games. I played a couple of them by going to a friend's house, but not much. But there's a lot of stuff that I liked on the NES that, got sequels on the N64. Music's really good, like F-Zero X. I went through its playlist and they're awesome. They're like speed rock. Really like them. So after doing that, I was like, I'm gonna check out some more NES and N64 music that I haven't really, played the games with. Who knows? Maybe I even play the games, then I can officially call myself a fan. Weird to use music from something that you've never even played, but all I gotta do is play it once, and then it's like, yeah, I played it. This music's really good though. Apparently Waterworld, a game I didn't even know about for the Super Nintendo, but it was only released in Europe. That's why I didn't know. I like watching a YouTuber called SNESdrunk. I've watched nearly all of his videos. I put them on my watch later, and that's what I was going through my watch later playlist. That's where I came across that, but he's got really good stuff, like reviews of old retro games, mostly SNES. It's called SNESdrunk, so. But yeah, I highly recommend him. Really good videos if you want to learn about some retro stuff that maybe you didn't hear about. There's a ton of games that I didn't even know existed. Because he covers things, he covers the popular ones, but mostly covers the stuff that you never even heard about. And I like that he does reviews on stuff that it doesn't matter if it's good or not, right? He'll still do it. So they're not all great, but it still gives them their own little moment in the sunlight, spotlight, whatever. I kind of wanted to do that for old PC games. There's a lot of old PC stuff that I bet a lot of people didn't even know existed. But they're really good games. No, I don't think I have the patience to do a review style thing. Alright. What's this supposed to say? It's like Dreyfus, engine repair, and touring. I got tomorrow off. I'm not going to promise to work tomorrow, because every time I do that, I find on my day off, it'll be like right when I wake up. Usually, okay, so I think this is the thing. This is the deal. I'm trying to like identify what's going on in my head that causes me to make the decisions that I make. When I wake up, I tend to not like go into working immediately, right? That makes sense. Like first thing I want to do is watch a YouTube video, or here's the thing, I'll go find a like a Netflix show because I'm caught up on all the Netflix shows. I'll just try and find something, you know, like just watch an episode of it and see how I like it, and that turns into the whole day's gone. That's kind of my problem, and no way around that, because no matter what I do, that thing that I want to just like chill out for the first, you know, hour or two when I wake up, that always seems to lead into discovering something new, and then I just spend my whole day doing it. So I don't think I want to do that. I really do need like a whole day of working on this game. So that I can make an, you know, an impact, make a dent in it. Now watch this, I'm gonna cheat here too. Here. So yeah, I'm not promising that I'll spend my day off doing this, but I would love to just, I should probably just wake up, you know, and just turn the stream on, and then I'll spend my whole day. We can do like a 12-hour stream or some shit. Get through a bunch of these. That's what I'd like to do. I just don't want to say I'm going to do that, because I probably won't. And then it'll bug me that I said I was. It's weird. But that's my head. Alright, where is the plane at? I drew the plane. Oh, it's down here. Oh yeah, I also did like a couple more banners. There we go. I just did some goofy stuff, whatever I could think of. There we go. Right, I did a. This is a Tarkov quote, or it's a Tarkov reference, where there's like a little med kit thing that you get in Tarkov. It looks like a slice of American cheese. It's just funny. I don't know. So I did a little Tarkov reference. I did one for Gazard, and the idea is just these will be random. I wanted a couple, so I was really just like stretching my head, trying to figure out whatever I can. I did one for Eddie Rocks from it's for Netflix. I watch Netflix Stranger Things while I've been making this, so throw that in there. I really love that scene where Eddie is on his trailer rocking out. It was so good. I think a lot of people love that character too. It wasn't just me, but I figured I'd throw a little reference to it. Indie Dev Pizza is only $19.99. I think this is funny. It's just to say that indie dev games tend to be so cheap. So it's just a joke about indie dev culture, I guess. Honestly, $19.99 is pretty expensive for an indie game too, so. But so is, a pizza. Honestly, I probably should have done a price that was lower, like an actual pizza price. For me, I get like, I don't know, is a pizza about $19.99 if you go to like Domino's or something? I know like Little Caesars, you're getting a lot cheaper than that. The problem is I have completely removed Domino's from my, I don't go there anymore. I was a big fan of Domino's for so long. Even though I know they get a lot of hate, but in the last like year or two, they just have gotten so bad, at least around my area. And you can't even like, if you call them, they send you to some like Indian telemarketing call center or whatever. I just said fuck it. I can't even look up a pizza without. I just want to see a price. They're not going to show me a price until checkout. That's how they work. I mean, you couldn't find New York, New York. Do they not have any places in New York? Whatever. Just do that. $18.99. Okay, so I'm right. It's about $20. And then when you do taxes, yeah, it'll be 20 bucks. So, yeah, most indie games go for the price of a pizza. So, that's what I was. I just wanted to confirm that. I got off track. I did one here. Shells for Power Exchange. So that's just a Jaws reference. We use shells to power up. End Days, Tower and Sky Faith. This is a reference to Chrysalis. Because when the world ended, everybody built a tower in the sky to escape the world. I don't know, it's weird. Insomnia Me Too, Baker's Bakery, Bake Fresh, and The Law, Better Call Paul. Better Call Saul reference. So, yeah, I just come up with these little references. I'm just gonna use this to cheat. What am I gonna do with this kind of yellow? We're at 39. This will be the 40th video of this game. Almost catching up to the amount of streams I did on Gazard. Well, the ones that I put on YouTube. Which is funny, I really thought I would have beat that number by now. But yeah, I think Gazard has like 48 videos. That's interesting. Yeah, I do want to do a full day stream tomorrow. I'm gonna make that my goal. Hopefully I get a good amount of sleep tonight. I usually don't do too bad on the weekends, just because doesn't matter when I go to sleep. But then again, I don't know. I do have like that kind of rhythm to where even if I don't set my alarm clock, I'll still wake up around my alarm. So for me, that'll like shorten how much sleep I get still. It bugs me how many videos I'm going to have that are just doing cutscenes. We've already done too many in my opinion. So if I can make them longer streams, you know, might get like 3 in 1 or something. I still want to do that retro game stream too. I haven't gotten around to it. I've got a lot of things that I've been wanting to do, gaming wise. I still haven't played Hollow Knight. Damn, that's probably one of the oldest ones. I haven't played Hollow Knight. I haven't played the new Ori. I think I own Hollow Knight too. There's another one on there, Owlboy. I never played it. I bought it. I own it. Well, I've supported it. I just haven't played it. Yeah, I don't know. At some point, I got to do that. Thought about doing something to this to where it has something more interesting, maybe kind of like I did with him. Go like a circle around this plane. That'd be fine. Oh, I still need to shade it. Ah, my nose. My nose has been itching all day. I hate when that happens. It's even worse. Work at a bakery. You're constantly in gloves. You can't really scratch it. Yeah, I still haven't done our main character here. Ah, yeah, it still itches. So this is a side one where he's just like waving at her. I don't know if I have a good setup for this. Like I got a side one, but he's not really looking that way. I've got this one where he's looking back. Oh, I know what I could do. Watch this. This some cleverness. We want the side. And we want the back one. Golly. Flip that. Okay. I think I can go ahead and combine these. Maybe. I don't think I'm going to combine them yet. What I want to do rip his head. His wee little head. Oh. Alright, and do a little of this. I don't know if this will work. I really need to go through every one of these pictures and fix whatever's messed up on them. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to blend that. Go ahead and merge it. That'll work. And then I have him with his hand up. I'll just have to, you know, blend the neck there, fix it up. Right. What I was talking about before. Do that real quick. I think these ones will all be good. Well, not exactly. Just notice there's like, every time I go to resize these, clearly some stuff off the screen that got saved. I'm gonna clear outside of all these. Is that it? I feel like it was all the music. I don't think so. And then again, I guess I wasn't paying that much attention. There's only these 3 songs. Listen to these 3 and see if I'm gonna add them or not. forget all about him. We're about to introduce him now. Kind of wish I put a fish on his hat, or like some tackle. Alright, now I know that they're all clean. Try it the other way. I'm actually gonna have to blend it. They're just too different. Kind of screwed this part up. Shit. There's no way I'm going to be able to draw a hand. I'm not even close. I don't know if I want to do finger guns or just a wave. Like maybe a peace sign? Or something sort of like it. That's what I would do. That. I wonder if I can do this. Let me test this out. Actually, I don't even know if OBS has a like a way of capturing the screen. It probably does. I'll have to look in on that later. But I'm gonna try and do it with Bandicam. So just all right, it'll be that way though. I'd have to be facing this way. That makes it really difficult. Ah, fucking hell. I'll be better off just taking a picture of myself like I usually do. Yeah, the wrong way around. Well, that would have been a good idea if it worked. It does not. Alright, I guess I'm gonna get my phone. Or, I mean, I could just look it up. It's not a hard one to find. Which is just like a waving hand. Yeah, I don't need a picture of this one. And again, maybe it's hard to find this picture. It's got to be specifically from the back, which is already weird. Yeah, like every picture of a guy waving is going to be from the front, so now I got to do guy waving from behind. There's my weird Google results again. Oh, now that is a Hitler salute, not a wave. I guess most people wave like this. I always wave like that. I do the peace sign. Peace sign. I should just say peace sign. I mean, that's basically what it is. It's just a lazy peace sign. They're doing like hard peace signs. I'm so particular. But no, it's too late. I've come too far. Peace sign, V for victory. Okay, I was wrong. I do have to take a picture because it's impossible to find what I want. One day I just gotta like, actually I should go buy one of them books and have just like a ton of poses on hand poses. You can get resources like that online. I've seen some. They're usually really expensive, but it's just like a ton of different poses. Where do I even take this picture though? I need a mirror. Because it's gotta be behind me. Right? Yeah, I need a mirror if I'm gonna take this picture. Alright, that one should work. Y'all get to see some bathroom pics. I don't have enough followers for that. A bit much, I'm gonna have to censor the screen. Alright. Is there something on my mustache? Or is that just some glare thing? Hmm. Is this a good song? I don't know. Seems okay. It was very long though. It was 10 minutes long. That's too long. It's not bad, but I don't like really long songs. I need to get a haircut. I haven't had a haircut in a really long time, since like COVID. I mean, I've been cutting my own hair, but I haven't been to like a barber since before the whole COVID thing. There I am. Say, look, what is that in my beard? This is confusing. It's that one. That's gonna be big enough to be a hand. Alright, you know what? None of this is necessary. So I do kind of want to know where my head is. What do you think about that? Is that hand too big? That looks about right. That's what I was trying to find. Could not find it. Let's see, it's kind of easier to draw it if it's like this. All that for this little handshake. Thin it out a little. Oh, I'm on. How did I change frame? I think that's it. Let's go to something else. I actually don't have any ideas though. I could just look up like a generic N64, play this. Funky. Damn it, did I drew that? Oh no, because I deleted the last one. Okay. Boots and cuts and boots and cuts and cuts. I like that. Sounds funky. That's from Vigilante 8. Never played that. But you can find it on my Variety is the Spice of Life plus video game music playlist on YouTube, where all my music is. Earthworm Jim 3D. Donald Duck going quackers. Well, I don't even need to do this because I still got to draw the shirt. That's right. I need clothing. Did I save the hat from before? I don't think I did. It was really dumb. Yeah, I don't think I did. Maybe I can salvage it. No, this is the same head, actually. Might be able to salvage this. Get that collar too. That'd be nice. Oh, I played this. This is a Castlevania that was not that fun. Was so excited. I forgot all about this Castlevania game, the 3D one. I was so excited to play it because I was a huge fan of, Symphony of the Night. But, ooh, what a letdown. Luckily, the Game Boy Advance ones were a lot better. Did not like the direction they went with this one. Could just use this brush for the whole thing, right? That. I like this one a lot. Racing games have good music most of the time. This is Extreme G. Devil Speed Unborn. Oh, fuck yeah. How obvious is it that I just scaled the head up? Quite a bit, I think. And that was a mistake. Oh, he's covering it up. Can't cover the sign up. I like this one too. I'm gonna add all these to my playlist. As long as I don't get any copyright stuff. I wonder if I can keep his head out of this somehow. I mean, I can use the same picture I've been using to save myself time. What? N64 music, pretty good. I think I missed out on the N64. I need to just do like a N64 revisit. I played a couple games on the N64, like revisiting. I played Quest 64, got real bored of that one quick. But it was one that I played when I was a kid at like a friend's house that I thought was interesting. It was an RPG on 64. What else have I played? I've still never played. I've played Ocarina of Time. I played that more than anything else, I think, from the 64. But I never played Majora's Mask. There's a Rampage World Tour. I played that quite a bit. There's Ogre Battle 64. I always wanted to do that one. It's like Tactics Ogre before Tactics Ogre. I should check out some more N64 games. Can I get this one? Yeah. I like that one. Can I use the drawing I did before on this one? The one at the beach. I could if I redraw the arm. Try and do that. I think it'll save me making a pose. Ooh. Actually, it's going to be scaled up so much. Okay, not that much. I just have to redo the sleeve. So this is the left hand.
Go for it.
Oh, that's silly. Alright, we'll be right back. I missed some songs. I think I should add the like little question marks. I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe. I could always do it later. So, what's this guy's clothes look like? Something that somebody, a 90s Fisher. A 90s fisherman would be wearing. Which I can't even imagine that. It's kind of like what my grandpa would have wore. I mean, there's camo, but no, that's more of a lake thing. I don't think salt water. I mean, a normal t-shirt maybe. What was the reference that I used for this guy? I know it was mostly me, but I did have something else in mind. I don't know if I saved any of the pictures though. That's a good point. What's Captain Shaw wearing? Or Captain Quint, right? He's got like a denim jacket with a vest on. I don't think I'm gonna do that. Done too many collared shirts. I want to do something different. He could be in like a tank top. Or just a normal shirt. Honestly, I'm just gonna do like white t-shirt. That's like something a charter boat captain would wear. It's very simple. Guess it does go a little deeper. I mean, if it's a plain white t-shirt, I should just draw it as white. Just how white am I gonna go? I can go 5% or just a 0%. I think that's pretty good, 5%. Right, so if it was just the scene, it would look like this. do question marks? Have I had anything like that in the past? I know I have stuff coming up in the future, but I give, yeah, that's right. I did for number 10. I did some little emoji things. All right. Oh, I never did the sleep thing. Oh, I did. It's black because I'm stupid. You can see it here. You can't see it when it's on black. Oops. Did I change that? I guess so. What color should they be then? White? I gotta think, if I do emote things, what colors will they usually be? This white makes sense. Alright, yeah, we'll do it, and we'll have them be white. We'll just add a little extra emotion so I don't have to draw it. Alright, so I think that one's done. That was an easy one compared to the last two. Last two sucked. Handshake. I have to find a picture of this. Draw more hands. Handshakes are surprisingly intimate when you actually like solo them out, right? Got two hands all wrapped up together. I have found a lot of stuff, but nothing that has like the full arm in it. I mean, I don't, yeah, I do, because I'm doing a rectangle. This is one I can't take a picture of myself either. But it wouldn't be too hard to just draw the arm in, right? Being too nitpicky. Okay, I think that one is pretty good. I'd like to have like one smaller hand and one larger hand. If I can. close this thing. I'm gonna remember to leave this folder open. I keep pulling stuff out of it so often. Do that. I could also just kind of make it fade into black. I'll try a few things. All right. I do think I kind of faded off with a vignette. Or I just cut it with a straight line like this. Do I like that more? Or that? I think I like this one better. We'll just do that. Pretty simple. I might want to move it up though. Though I think that was close to where that was. That should be fine. So this is a full-size image. I don't know if I want to do that now or do that later. The full-size stuff needs to be animated, so probably put it off at the very end. I'll burn on my tablet. In fact, I think I should remove these from the animation. I never put them in there now that I think about it. I don't know. I don't know. It's a pain in the ass to remove it. But it makes sense to remove all the ones that are full size. Also, this one should be two, I think. Or these should be combined together. I can condense these together. The idea, yeah, is to show this big rock in the front. Have it crack, and then I have the shadow swim across the screen, and then once it passes the screen, you'll show the rock completely cracked. So yeah, that's all one big one. I think I'm gonna take some time, go through and remove all these red ones, clean things up a bit. One's missing here. Right, let me clean this up. It'll take me a little bit, but I feel like I need to. It's easier to do it on this PC. All right. Problem is I added that 5A in there. I'm gonna remove it again. I feel like I should never just insert things. This makes it really annoying later on. I should just start counting these. 44. $58. All right. I can't count higher than two numbers. Too much to remember. I'd forget it. 66. Numbers line up now. That's odd. Yeah, I got this on. Huh, there's only 85 of them now. We'll get around to those later. Right, all organized now. Before I put that glove on, I'm gonna get another drink. This playlist of N64 music has only 100 songs in it. Looks like 80% of them are from Rare games. Rare games. Maybe we should switch over to like watching some GDC stuff. That's kind of what I want to do. Oh, right, but I gotta put this on YouTube. I could just not put this on YouTube. Then we can go through my watch later playlist. I mean, GDC stuff is more like a podcast anyway. They've got some stuff to, but I don't really have to share the screen. I'm a little bored of music though. But I want to keep streaming. Not exactly sure what I'll do. I wouldn't mind putting up some GDC on the screen. We used to have this set up. I don't anymore. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna do this real quick. Set this. I really don't remember how to though. Oh wait, YouTube small. It's right here. Does this still work? What is that showing right now? Showing the top of the screen? Oh yeah, this is where I used to put it. So did I just do this? Oh, look at there. Ah, I've already got it set up too. Awesome. All right, let's do this. I'm gonna have to change sound balance a bit so that you can hear it. So I don't know if I think I'm not gonna put this on YouTube then, because I just don't like. I don't feel comfortable. I don't know. There's so many like YouTube channels that do reaction streams. I don't know why it would bug me. It's just using somebody else's content on my own content, right? Feels strange. Like a bad practice. But it is me reacting to what's on screen, maybe. Ah, crap. It feels so scummy. But it's GDC. I don't think it's like... It's not like... I don't know. I don't even know what I'm trying to say. It's not like a a video that's made to be entertaining, right? GDCs, I mean, they kind of are, but they're more just informative. So I think it'll be fine. I don't know. I feel like I might get, there's the copyright issues too. If I don't like pause the video, because I think that's how reaction streamers actually get away with it, is they have to do frequent pauses so that they don't get any like weird copyright stuff. All right. Either way, I'm gonna listen to this. Whether I put it up on YouTube or not, I'll figure out later. This is real quick, so you know, this is GDC. $0 to $1 million, the raw numbers behind indie success. I like these GDC videos. I usually queue a bunch of them up in my watch later. I just happen to get to it, so I'll watch this.
Here to see 0 to 1 million, two different studios with different success and different strategies. I'm Tanya Short.
And I'm Richard Atlas.
And we're going to do our best to take turns talking about our studios in a totally natural way. We definitely practiced a lot. We did actually, but
more than once.
We'll see how it goes. So you
Can y'all
probably
hear
know me as the
that?
captain of KitFox Games,
I
primarily.
think you will be able to. I might need to turn it up just a bit.
We're primarily known for Moon Hunters, which came out a couple of years ago. We also released Shrouded Isle last year, Shattered Planet some time ago, and we've announced Boyfriend Dungeon. Woo! Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So we have officially been working together for about 5 years now, and in USD, I think we're up to about 2 million total in revenue. And we have 5-ish full-time staff. Everything's a little bit ish in the indie world, but that's kind of where we are.
And on our end, I'm Richard. I'm CEO, general business person. Take care of some marketing and PR, a little bit of design, a bunch of other stuff at Clever Endeavor. We have a game called Ultimate Chicken Horse, which launched a couple of years ago on Steam and launched on PS4 and Xbox in December. We started working about 2015, and on our side, US dollars around 2.5 million in revenue. We also had a cool cake that was made in Ultimate Chicken Horse style, and we're also 5 full-time staff members, so pretty similar looking studios on the onset.
I don't even think I've heard of these games.
So I propose
And they've
this
made
talk
like
partially because
2 million.
I think survivorship bias is rampant in the business development community. It often makes us act like our methods are the one true way to do business. And if we succeed, that is the correct way to do things. Some of you are probably here hoping to hear some steps to follow in order to make your first $1 million. And unfortunately, that's not going to happen. This is not a talk about what to do or a formula to apply. There are lots of different successful strategies, and although our studios have a lot in common, we're both commercial indies, we're both based in Montreal, we're both around the same size, started around the same time, even so, we have very fundamentally different ways of running our studio successfully. So the point is not to follow either of us at all. We're gonna walk you through our thought processes so that you can inspect your strategies and make your own decisions that are best for you, okay? So we're going to go through what goals our studios have, how that impacted how we diversified our development or not, our burn rates, our revenue, and our projections. We're going to get very deep into the numbers of things as much as our business partners
see that,
will
can't you?
allow. And we'll see what
remember that.
differences and similarities we can find. So why do our studios exist? I mean, okay, we want to make games, apparently. And what are we trying to achieve? As we put together this talk, we did realize that our goals are very much the same. We wrote them out separately, but then they actually were kind of the same goals.
So yeah, when we started looking at these studio overall goals, we noticed that they're very similar. So we're going to break them down a little bit and sort of run through these. So at Clever Endeavor, we want to make sure that our employees are always developing in terms of their skill, and that we feel that they're growing in their as individuals, in their skills, and in their work throughout the work that they're doing with us.
Yeah, I would actually say that improved skills or craftsmanship, as we call it, and personal growth are really important to KitFox, maybe the most important at this point. We really do want to make some of the best games that exist, and that ambition means that with each game we have to keep raising the bar a little bit. We actually didn't discover this goal at first. We didn't think of it on day one. We kind of realized after we finished Moon Hunters that we had this ambition and we felt we could realize it together. So now part of what we're going to be talking about are plans to enable this self-improvement and this team growth together. And now, one of our first goals from the very beginning was to treat ourselves like professionals, but also to take care of ourselves. So we do occasional overtime, but in the past years, we've never worked on the weekends, and we've never had sustained overtime. I personally, as the captain of the ship, say you're not allowed to work on KitFox stuff after a certain hour. Feel free to work on your own stuff, and we work smart. Pictured here are the original 4 co-founders of KitFox. Although Mike is no longer at KitFox, we still miss him.
And on our end, we're in the same boat. We look a little bit different than them, but we also try to avoid overtime and crunch pretty vehemently. And we want to be able to work on the things that we want to work on, obviously. But that leads to a better quality of life, and we want to take careful attention to make sure that our employees and the partners themselves, our lives come first before our work. So if there are issues, if there's whatever things come up, we know that the priority is on our lives and our stress and our situation before our work directly. The next thing is sustainability. Of course, we want to survive. So our goal as a company is to become a long-term sustainable company that can survive for many years, pay competitive salaries, like we talked about skill development, have our employees develop their skills. We never really had the goal of growing a company to become huge and like flipping it, selling it, and then starting something new. That's not really the way we see it. It's more of a long-term, slow, steady rise.
Yeah, it's the same for us. We put survival as a #1 priority. I wanted KitFox to exist in 5 or 10 years, and now it's been 5 years, so goal 1 achieved. And so in many ways, this did translate into safer, less risky, more conservative business development practices. The primary of which is actually that we felt diversifying our studio into developing multiple different kinds of products was what was best for us and our goals. So this decision of whether or not to diversify into multiple products or to develop just one game at a time does impact everything else. It determines what your studio is good at, how it grows over time. It's a cyclical thing where as soon as you start either diversifying or focusing on one game, your personnel changes, your strategy for dealing with crises changes. And of course, you can change your goals midway. You can start to diversify after developing only one game. You can start to focus after deciding that diversifying was bad for you. But the way that you develop even your first project could change depending on how you want to orient your studio and its strengths. So the short answer is that KitFox is very diversified oriented. Some successful studios diversify, such as Klei. Klei is one of my favorite game studios, and honestly, a lot of the advice I'm going to give you today is actually advice that Jamie Chang of Klei gave me back in 2013, and I immediately started trying to act on. Lots of game studios are happy to bet it all on one big release, especially, they have nothing to lose. You're making your first game, why not make it your big only thing? But I preferred, again, to bet on survival and calculate our risks and take the safer bet.
I don't know how well
when
this
you're in the middle of
translates to
developing
a
Shattered
solo
Planet,
dev.
I
A lot of this
saw
stuff
an announcement
is a bit
online that
different
the Square Enix
when
Collective
you're working
was
with a
going to
team.
exist. And there was no call for pitches or anything like that. I just cold emailed Square Enix saying, can I please pitch something to your weird new thing? And they said, I guess. I don't know who you are, but okay. You have to get it in by Friday, though. We hadn't even soft launched our first game yet, Shattered Planet. We had 4 people, and when I told the team, I was like, no, let's stop for 2 days, make a pitch document, and send it to these randos. They were like, what are you doing? Like, we're behind schedule. We have assets to make. And our business partners also, our investors, said maybe you should be focusing a little bit more, Tanya. This is a recurring theme with me, but It worked out. We actually pitched them Moon Hunters, which was our next game, and it was actually a really great opportunity for us. And we had no way of knowing that at the time, but we decided it was worth risking 2 days to explore this new opportunity for diversification, because I had already known that I wanted to be developing multiple projects in parallel as much as possible. So over time, KitFox has become maximally diversified, like maybe way too diversified, actually. In 5 years, we've released 3 major projects, and we spent a year on work for hire. And 2018 marks our very first time with 2 games solidly in production together, even though I was just here on Monday talking about how Moon Hunters had initially disappointing sales. So there's good and bad sides of diversifying and developing multiple games at once. I mean, sure, yeah, it's lower risk, obviously. If one project does well, we can split it up into multiple other things, and if no single failure can close the studio. And because we're having multiple little revenue streams, things are generally more stable.
So
we don't need to rely on
numbers
one
they
individual
gave
sale. Of
were
course, it's still a little spiky because
how much money they're making
but,
on all their projects.
More
I think.
games equals a stronger back catalog and steadier flow. And I sleep better at night. And our team members are quite flexible now because they worked on lots of different projects together in lots of different configurations. Hybrid team members stay more excited and refreshed because they're not working the same thing for years and years and years. And so people are less likely, I think, to feel cynical or bitter on a project because they know they have other options. And if there isn't one right now, there probably will be soon. So we can adjust to change according to team members' interests pretty quickly. And with a large number of projects, we can experience a very junior team member can join in straight from school and experience from pre-production all the way to shipping very quickly because they can see the whole life cycle of a project happening right next to them. So there's a lot of different opportunities from start to finish. Unfortunately, hybrid team members are also not particularly specialists. I mean, this is no new problem in indie. We're all kind of wearing a lot of hats. But this is another thing altogether when you are doing something completely different on a different kind of project every year or so. I mean, at this point, we have specialized a little bit into system-driven RPGs, I guess. But the art styles are all over the place. The technology is all over the place. So you can't say, like, we have the world's best person at anything. They're the best at making that one game that one time. And we also start projects constantly. Thankfully, I like coming up with new ideas. I don't really mind having blank pages all the time. But it is a little bit stressful to say, oh, we got to start again every year and a half or so. But at least it's better than finishing projects. Finishing projects is the worst. I mean, I don't know how many of you have survived
I agree with
a
that.
game. Games are terrible to finish. And diversification makes that worse because every time you shut down one crisis, there's another one coming in the door. So we do have regular upending of priorities and tasks. The good news being that we definitely have to prioritize well. But as the director, I mean, I still do end up with more difficult decisions per week. Last fall, we were actually shipping The Shrouded Isle while also hiring up for Boyfriend Dungeon and shipping Moon Hunters on Switch. And also our tech lead was doing R&D on his own personal projects. So we had like 4 projects for 6 people. Not ideal. But this is what diversification tends to look like for us. So on the left, you have the spend per game, and then on the right, you have the income per game. Or maybe it's the other way around. Which way? We forgot to label that one. Yeah, no, it's income on the left and revenue on the right. Yes, because on the left, you see there's a canceled project that we spent on, which oddly enough did not make us any money. But yes, so Shrouded Isle is a special case, by the way. I keep referring to it as if we developed it, but in actuality, we published it. So we spent almost nothing on the development. It was a side project of one of our members, but then we also don't get to keep most of the revenue, unfortunately.
So the other hand, the other side of this are the companies like Supergiant Games who focus on one game at a time. So Supergiant you might know from Bastion and Transistor and Pyre. They manage to make amazing games every time, all the time, somehow. And they're only focusing on one at a time. In our case, Ultimate Chicken Horse was a game that came out of a game jam originally. So we kind of fell into this one game that we were starting. And throughout the process, we'd had to make the decision, okay, we're working on this. Do we want to start another project, or do we just full steam ahead? And we've still been working on Ultimate Chicken Horse. Like I said, it came out March 2016 on Steam. We're still on it, and we're still adding stuff to it. And while we're going to start prototyping new stuff, hopefully soon, it's still been the only moneymaker, and it's been worth our time to continue it. So with these goals in mind, or the idea of focusing on one project at a time, there are, again, some pros and cons. So one of the positive things that we think that we can try to achieve high quality by focusing on one thing. We don't have to split our mind between many different things. We know we can focus our design efforts and our feedback on this one game, and hopefully the same way Supergiant do it, we're going to try and achieve really high quality in each of the games that we're working on. The next thing is that there's a simplified cash flow, pretty straightforward, less projects to spend money on. But not only simplified in terms of the sales and in terms of the budgets, but also in terms of if you're going to pitch to people, choosing which events you're going to, what kind of business development you're doing, that is very much more simplified. So the decision process is simplified, as well as the actual spending. Project management is a similar thing. As someone who's helping manage the project, it's a lot easier to know that all of our employees and our partners know what everyone is working on at all times, because there's only one thing. It simplifies the process quite a lot. So we're all on the same page. We know what other people on the team need. We're not going to bug someone to pull them off a project for a second because we need some help last second on this thing. That simplifies it a lot.
Zing.
Another sort of interesting point, which might be debatable, but I was thinking of this one when we were writing this, was that I feel like we can meet the expectations better by focusing on one project. What I mean by that is, if we were a 30-person team making 3 projects and putting 10 people on each of those teams, the expectation is that we are a 30-person AA or III or whatever you want to call it, those kind of teams, and that we're going to produce something that has that kind of quality, that kind of polish. Well, if it's actually 3 games made by teams of 10 people, we're probably not going to hit that bar. So I think the expectation can be kept consistent with the size if we're focusing on this one game. On the other hand, as Tanya was saying, the opposite of the many eggs in many baskets is that we only have one.
That hand looked correct.
So there's no other
1
additional
second
revenue
ago.
streams. Everything
But look
is
at it
coming,
now.
well, almost everything, as we'll see in a minute, is coming from this one game.
It's crazy,
If it
right?
fails, it fails. You don't have the additional resources well, you're not getting any additional revenue sources. So we think this can be balanced out by the high quality argument, but I guess that's to be seen in the future. The next thing is that after a game launches, there's a lot of pressure to produce, right? So right when the game launches, you say, okay, we're on to the next thing. Well, all of a sudden you've got X amount of money and X amount of time to survive, and you have to be creative right away. Having projects that are dispersed, more like Kitfox is doing, gives a little bit less pressure to produce. So that's something that can be tough for the people running the company. It can be tough for the people who are forced to be creative. Like, hey, we need an art style right now. You have a week, go. That's not ideal either. So these are our charts. They're a little less complicated. So most of our money went into Ultimate Chicken Horse, and most of it came in from Ultimate Chicken Horse. But just because it's a simplified thing doesn't mean we shouldn't be careful about how we spend our money. So with that, I'd like to talk about burn rates. Burn rates is how much money you spend. So it's going to be how much money you spend within a given amount of time, and that can be a weekly burn, a monthly burn, yearly, however you want to call it. Either way, you have to make sure that you're aware of how much money you're burning, and hopefully not actually burning, but spending on useful things for game development. So there are some obvious things that your burn is going to go towards, things like salaries, rent, software, if you're using game engines, etc. There's the next level that we call, there are things that are a little bit more under the hood. So they could be contractors or outsourced work. That can be things like employee training, things you probably consider but aren't necessarily at the forefront of your mind when you're thinking of these things. Beyond that, there's the things that you really don't want to think about, and often we fail to realize how important they are. Things like taxes, loan repayment, and royalties, and things like that. We'll see a little bit later. It's not ideal when at the end of your quarter or your year, you find out that you're losing 40% of your money to taxes. So you got to be aware when the money's coming in, of course, what you're spending it on and what you're going to be spending it on later.
So our theme of KitFox is scrappy survival. And so we do what we can to save up enough money during release years to make up for our lean years. And part of this means that we pay ourselves much less than we could probably get at a bigger studio. We all decided that together, that we were more interested in stability than in cash out right now, so that we can invest in projects for longer years to come. And we try to minimize the numbers of recurring payments that we're spending on as well, because that also helps increase the longevity of the studio. So cut out all those extra subscriptions if possible. I'd rather take the team out to lunch than have a, I don't know, recurring thing. But I mean, unlike a lot of indie studios, maybe probably most, KitFox exists because we did find an investor on day one. None of us had significant savings. None of us could bootstrap. Nobody had much leeway.
Bootstrap in.
One team member.
And savings is
I am
gone.
supported somewhat by my spouse, but that was it. All of us had rent to pay. All of us had to find income from somewhere. So
No rent.
that stability of revenue that I mentioned from diversification was very important to us, and we continue to do that. So the diversification approach does bite us here a little bit because burn rates are very complicated for us to calculate, which makes some business partners nervous. So I act very confident. I hope no publishers are watching this. But no, we can't quite to the dollar say exactly how much we're spending on any one thing, because someone's spending 40% of their time sort of on this project, I'm sort of 5% on this project, et cetera. And we also try to avoid loans where possible, because the more we lean on them now, the more we'll pay later. But we obviously didn't have a choice early on. So because stability is more important to us and continues to be, some loans are worth the peace of mind, even if it means in the long run we're going to lose money. So early on, like this is a couple years ago now, payroll was so dominant a cost that nothing really came close at all. But then, I mean, a side effect of shipping things, that when they sell okay, you start having to pay those loans back and pay royalties that you promised. So the last year hurt a little bit more, but that was because we were more successful. And remember that cost chart that I showed you per game? This is how much we spent per game, right? Totally sensible. Except that I have no idea how to turn that into actual spend, because a lot of those costs are across multiple projects.
500,000.
There's often some back of the napkin things I can do about rent was sort of 60% on this project and sort of not. But at the end of the day, I kind of know what we spent per the year, but it's very hard for me to calculate specific burn rates per project.
So the Clever Endeavor story is a little bit different, at least in the way that it started. So the first thing was that we did start pretty much completely unpaid for a year. There was a Kickstarter in there, but the Kickstarter raised about enough money to pay us, I don't know, let's say well below minimum wage for about a month out of the year. So not huge in terms of salaries. But at that point, actually, sort of counter to what Tanya was saying, was 2 of the 3 of the partners who started the company were living at home. We didn't have any expenses. We don't have any kids, didn't have any kids, no cars, et cetera. So it was a lot cheaper, and we were able to do that for about a year. After that, there was investment and so on, and we'll talk more about that in a little bit. But on our side, we have a slightly higher burn rate. We're around 30 to 35 USD. Sorry, it's really tiny here. Per month. And so this has been partially due to the game's success. We've been able to increase salaries, and so salaries have been good. We're trying to increase employee salaries and keep them competitive, of course. But one of the interesting things that we have admitted to, or are going to be accepting doing, is partner salaries that are variable. So we understand that if game's doing well, then the salaries can go up. Of course, the employees, you're not going to tell them, hey, you're earning less this year than you did last year. That doesn't work. But the partners are very aware of the fact that if the next thing doesn't take off, we're accepting the fact that we might be taking significantly lower salaries from one year to the next. So most of the burn comes from salary, and that's the same thing as we've seen across many studios, including the 2 of ours. And lastly, this is just a point that I figured I would fit into this slide because it just seems to make sense. I really want to say not to ignore your own pay. It sounds almost like the opposite of us not paying ourselves for the first year. But what I mean by that is that I've seen a lot of people in the indie dev world, especially in the startup world in general, who will spend 2 years of their lives working 60 hours a week, not paying themselves. And they don't realize that that's not sustainable, that you really need to pay yourself a certain amount or be able to sustain a kind of lifestyle where you're going to be earning enough money to survive and not working 60 hours a week every week. So I just wanted to make sure to say that we should pay ourselves.
I mean, I think even if you can afford, let's say you do go 2 years without paying yourself, you should be mentally tracking what would that burn rate have been. Because if you go around, I've seen this happen, if you go around saying, oh, you know, I'm 1,000% ROI or whatever, because you didn't pay your salary, like that's not actually something usable going forward, right?
Yeah, the break-even point when you spend no money is not very high, right? But so this is a breakdown of our 2016-17 fiscal year in terms of what we spent. And so you see that giant big green beast at the bottom, which is taxes. So I'm putting that in the spend. This is, I guess, just money out in general. That was somewhat of a surprise, but of course, it's a mixed sort of blessing and a curse, because if the taxes are high, it probably means the revenue's high. So that year we had done well and we're paying more taxes, but again, you have to keep in mind that that's a number that you have to pay. The next thing was there was some royalty repayments.
All right. So audio. Damn, dog. Am I crazy? Anyway. Audio. Okay, so 800,000 is what they spent for the year 2016 to 2017. Audio is 2.4% of that. Loans and royalties, taxes. So I don't care about audio, loans and royalties because I'm doing my own stuff. Taxes I'll still be paying. 42% is nuts though. Holy cow. Payroll, I don't care. Well, I'm gonna pay myself. I get full profit. That's one of the good parts about being solo. Operating costs. Now, I've had operating costs and I've had technically a payroll because it's just been my savings, which is gone now. That's great. So I'm not saying that I got no overhead. It's all sunk already. Hopefully I get it back. I do get excited. I would be so happy with, like, I mean, honestly, to get my money back, 100K would be like my money back and some extra. If I could get just that from this game, that would be like 100K would be all I need to keep going on Gazzard. And especially if I continue a part-time job, probably take something less hours, but that would be nice. Continue a part-time job for the motivation it gives me. I don't know, for the fury it gives me. I don't want to say motivation because I hate that word. But yeah, I would love to hit that. I am planning on, with this game, seeing as I've streamed everything with the game, I would like to just be very transparent with the amount of money it makes. I was thinking I'd do like a 1 month video after I release the game, and then do like, if it's substantial enough, do like a 1 year video, and I can kind of go over how much it made each month. For the 1 month video, it'll just be like what it made initially and how long it takes to actually receive payment, because I know that can usually take like a month or more. So it'll probably be, yeah, when I receive payment will be the first video. I'm so scared talking about money because there's that part of me that's just like, nobody's gonna buy it, and you know, that's a horrible thought. I need to keep those thoughts out though. God, if nobody bought this game, what would I do? I'd have to pick up Gazzard, and then I'm just continuing with this like part-time job work. Maybe I get a more sustainable job, or I could go work outages again. Honestly, that'd be the smartest thing, because I can pull like 20K from an outage. I just have to work like a month and a half or so, pull that 20K, and then put that to financing another year on working on Gazzard. especially if I'm frugal enough. Usually, I mean, I had kind of bad spending habits. It wasn't too bad, but sort of bad spending habits before. At least, let's say it could have been a lot better, but now I think it is a lot better. So if I had 20K now, I think I could stretch it pretty good distance compared to how I used to be. I think that's what I'm gonna end up doing. If this game doesn't make money, I'm going to swallow my pride, go back to my old job, work an outage or two, build up that savings, and then go back and try it again. I'm not giving up. Come too far to give up. And then he's got a marketing was only 2.8%. That's actually pretty low. Bank, legal, accounting, contractors, testing. They don't. I was hoping they'd give like it says the raw numbers behind indie success, but they don't actually talk about the money they earned. Or at least maybe they haven't got to that yet. I'm more interested in that because I don't know. I'm scared of that too. But these are games that I haven't even heard of. I imagine it sounds like they're talking about it's on different platforms, not just PC. I think that's an important thing. Luckily, I'm on Game Maker Studio, and Game Maker Studio has a way to port to the Switch pretty easily. I'll have to buy like an upgraded version of Game Maker Studio, but that'd be worth it if I can get on Switch. Hopefully, it's not too hard to go from PC to Switch. And I know it's not. It probably won't be too different if I want to make like a mobile version of Gravitas. I thought about doing that, especially seeing as I'm already gonna have like the mouse controls and stuff. I could probably not have to work too much of it. There would have to be something with like how the camera changes if you rotate the screen, but I don't know. I don't know anything about mobile gaming stuff. Plus, I've heard that like okay, yeah, you can make a ton of money on the mobile market, but it's also very volatile and it's hard to actually. I don't know. Only a couple people are making a lot of money, right? And then there's like way more failures, basically, on mobile. I don't know how I'd want to go. I don't know if I want to set up the whole ad revenue thing, which seems to be the most popular way to go. Personally, I don't like it, and I don't play any games that have ads in it just because I find it really annoying. I just hate advertising. I prefer the like you pay to play model, but I know that's very like niche on mobile. Not a lot of people are actually paying $5 or whatever. So I don't know. It'd be an interesting idea. I need to release Gravitas. It would be great to get a publisher. I'm going to do some publisher hunting. I don't know if I can get a really great publisher for this game, but if I can find a decent one, I'd go with it. And then hopefully maybe I could get some help with like porting and translating through the publisher. Especially, you know, if they have like people who are more experienced with that kind of thing, help speed up the process. Once you have a game, it just makes total sense to me to put it on everything possible, right? And every region possible to get all the money you can out of it. I've heard of a lot of stories of games that like didn't sell in America at all, but for some reason it really clicked with a certain country that they had no idea it would click for, and then it's like, holy cow, we made all of our money, you know, in this one region. So, you know, it's always a possibility, and it's worth thinking. If you've gone through all the effort, you know, to make a game, might as well. So, yeah, there'll probably be a little bit of time after I release Gravitas where I'm just like doing all this stuff. I'd love to stream that stuff as well or talk about it. So, might have videos on that kind of thing as well. We'll see. Who knows what the future holds. For now, I need to finish this fucking game. And I gotta draw all these cutscenes. We're making some headway right now, though.
Payment, that's loans and royalties that you see in blue. That was paid back to investors. And then the rest of it is payroll. So if we ignore the big taxes part, you can see a big chunk of that, the majority of that, the remaining chunk is payroll. So we also looked at some other studios in Montreal, and we asked them what percent of their monthly burn was payroll. Now there is a caveat here. We're not entirely sure if they were including things like loan repayments in their burn. So these numbers might be a little
Or
skewed.
taxes even.
Or
We're
taxes.
not sure.
But across the board, you can see that the minimum is around 55-ish% up to 90% payroll. So obviously, that is a big chunk of everyone's spending. So there are different companies that have different ways of spending money, and in this case, we want to talk about how companies reinvest in their employees. So one of the things that some companies do, like KitFox, is slow and steady raises, and they want to try to basically slowly keep that up and keep their employees happy by keeping those raises coming. There's another company in Montreal called Spearhead Games, which we got permission to talk about here. They do a sort of profit sharing. So once the game has made its money back, and that means, let's say the game costs...
Employees get 10% of profit.
Once it makes that back, anything
That's really
beyond
good.
that, profit, sort of net profit, is split, 10% of that is split among employees. It doesn't matter seniority, it doesn't matter salary, it doesn't matter any of that. If you worked on the game, you get a cut of that. There are some other ideas that we've thrown out here. So one of the things is game performance leading to bonuses. The game's doing well, you can give it out in bonuses without necessarily increasing salaries, because like we said before, those are hard to bring back down. So you just give bonuses instead if the game's doing well.
You're considering something like that.
Yeah, and this is something we've considered as well. Another idea is to designate some sort of source of revenue as bonus money. So one idea for that was, let's say you're going on sale for, Steam had recently the Lunar, what was it called? Lunar New Year sale. And so you could say, okay, anything above our baseline that we make during that sale, that will go as bonus money to employees and partners.
Also, if you're living in a region that happens to have tax credits,
like Montreal,
you could then designate that money as employee reinvestment money. Whatever it is that helps you kind of separate it emotionally from the rest of your income will probably help you see it as employee money.
Yeah, so we're all decently good at spending money. That's not the hard part, but how do we make money?
Our money comes from lots of different places, right? So yeah, we're maximally diversified, but again, most of our money doesn't actually come from sales, or it didn't for the first million. Because we can't handle bootstrapping, we had to go out hunting for other sources of cash. Our first game, Shattered Planet there, did not make back its initial investment for like a year, right? So how did we survive? Well, there's lots of different places you can get money from. I don't think I've technically done every single one of those, but almost all of them. And it's not really much of an exaggeration. So here are the major ones in chronological order. I can leave that up. I see a few phones are taking pictures. But yeah, you should definitely investigate each and every one of those if you're looking for another few thousand to put in your pocket there. So first, we had Execution Labs. They were our very first believers. They invested about 85K USD, and about 9 months later, we started running out of money. And so we panicked a little bit, and we applied to lots of different places, actually, and a lot of them paid out. So we have venture capital. In reality, it was actually kind of through a government weird program, but there are startup programs in lots of different places, like places you wouldn't expect. So you might actually want to ask your local officials about any kind of entrepreneurial thing, because everyone wants to be the next San Francisco or whatever. But we also ran a Kickstarter, sorry San Francisco. So Kickstarter also gave us a little bit, which was great. We also did a very small contract with Cartoon Network during this time. But around that time, we also started doing some work for hire. Something I mentioned on Monday was that Moonhunter's initial sales were not great, and I was worried that they would be zero. So in preparation for that, I actually set up a contract for work for hire. And although that didn't end up really going anywhere, it was still helpful for us to keep going and surviving through to help Moonhunters get nourished. And I'm calling it loans here. The Canada Media Fund, although it sounds like a grant organization, is actually a loan organization. So it is a very favorable loan. But theoretically, we could have also gotten that kind of loan from a bank or something like that at much worse terms. But that is also a source that we could have looked at. So our sales are mostly from Steam. Our sales are very Steam focused, but consoles aren't doing bad either. We got almost nothing from mobile, and that was even back in 2014, so I imagine it would be worse now. We are focused on premium games, and I do think that in an ideal world, we would do more direct sales by kitfoxgames.com. There's a really great blog article recently from Jason Rohrer about how he's doing really well selling his games on his website in 2018, so that's definitely worth checking out because Steam does add value, I think, and they earn their 30%, but being able to get my own 30% would also be nice. So here we go again. Remember this simple, clean chart? Well, those sales are only half the equation. So in reality, although everyone only asks about sales, everyone only talks about sales, in reality, the survival of a studio like Kitfox is only possible through having lots of different sources of revenue and being able to put aside my pride for a little bit and be willing to pay some interest in a few years. We still have years without as much income as other years. We're still a little bit spiky because that's how premium game launches work. But unless we're willing to transition into games as a service, which I don't know, it could happen. But this seems kind of unavoidable for now, but we're making the best of it that we can.
So from Clever Endeavor's side, Ultimate Chicken Horse, like we said, has been the only real revenue source, except for a small investment, which we got before the game launched. So we're going to talk about that in a second. The first $1 million and overall game sales, of course, have been the major source of revenue for us. So if we look at overall, this is going to be the all-time revenue sources, and then I'll show you.
Holy cow, 87.2% PC sales.
PC sales
Am I
is really
wrong?
high. Console sales
I thought
are
console
there,
would
but
do a
we've only
lot
been on
more than
console
that.
for about 2-3 months, so that hopefully that red piece will start getting bigger.
Oh, okay.
And there was
The
a small
short piece.
investment that you see there as well, as along with the Kickstarter. So on the PC sales side, most of our income comes from Steam. About 91% of our, around 91% of it is from Steam. The next highest contributor is going to be Humble Bundle, which included 2 Humble Bundles as well as just being on the Humble Store itself, which I believe is on this part. So we're PC console focused so far. That's what Ultimate Chicken Horse has been launched on. And we sort of plan to stay that way, but we're not really sure. Right now we haven't had any interest in mobile because none of the people on the team are really mobile gamers. But obviously we're not going to close any doors, so we'll see what happens. We're not, yeah, actually let's not get into that. I had a note about mobile, but yeah. So the other thing I wanted to note is we're not on a lot of the small stores. So we have the Humble Store because they helped us set up a cool 4-pack deal, and we're on Steam. But we're not on a bunch of little stores because we take the contracts that we sign very, we scrutinize them quite closely. And we've seen a lot of really awful contracts. And I think the amount of money and time we would spend just sorting that out is probably more than the sum of all that we would make on all of those small stores. So we're going to leave that out for now.
Wait, really? That seems strange to me. What does he mean by that? I wasn't really listening that well. Tiny stores. I'm gonna listen to that again.
Doors, so we'll see what happens.
I want to know if he's talking about like different platforms like Itch.io and Game Jolt and all that stuff. I figure
We're not.
that's what he was talking about.
Yeah, actually, let's not get into that. I had a note about mobile, but yeah. So the other thing I wanted to note is we're not on a lot of the small stores. So we have the Humble Store because they helped us set up a cool 4-pack deal, and we're on Steam. But we're not on a bunch of little stores because we take the contracts that we sign very, we scrutinize them quite closely. And we've seen a lot of really awful contracts. And I think the amount of money and time we would spend just sorting that out is probably more than the sum of all that we would make on all of those small stores. So we're going to leave that out for now.
I don't understand that. Saying that the money you have to spend keeping the game like working correctly maybe is what he's talking about for these other stores. I didn't think they'd be that difficult to put your game on. I mean, Steam didn't seem that hard. I imagine that but I don't know what Chinese stores he's talking about. He didn't really elaborate, but he is talking about what I was thinking. I was looking at Game Jolt, which is like just indie games. I've never been to it, but there's one that you can release on. There's itch.io, I know about it. GOG. So those are the three that I was thinking about also uploading to. I don't know if I'd mess with like Epic or anything else. I don't know. I think those ones might be a little weird. But I mean, I was gonna look at uploading to them. I'd do them after Steam probably. But then again, they might have like, yeah, stuff in their contract that's like forbids you from releasing. I don't know. He made it sound like it's not as easy as it sounds, though.
No. If we look at the first million, this is, again, a little bit simpler than what Kit Fox Games has, but you can see the investment is a small chunk, and the rest of it is simply game sales. So again, like with the burn rates, we talked to some different Montreal studios about how much money, or where their first million came from. And we had a pretty wide variety of revenue sources in this first million. So the first three that you see on the top are just sales. The next one, the purple and the blue, is 75% Kickstarter and 25% sales. And then there's one on the bottom that's a mix of work for hire, government funding, and I think there's something else in there. And then the last one, interestingly, was all from a publisher. So this was an advance on sales that they made a first million on that, and I don't know how much they might have made after that. But point is, the revenue sources obviously can be quite different in the first $1 million that you're making, or in the first $100,000 that you're making.
So I mean, obviously this probably isn't a representative sample of the entire indie community, but I think it's interesting that in a city as indie healthy as Montreal, you still see that only about half of the companies who are still around, it looks like who answered my email, were initially bootstrapped, apparently, because they didn't get any money from anywhere but sales.
Yeah. So the next thing we want to talk about is projections. I think you should do projections. So we talk a lot about the cash flow, the money that's coming in, and the cash flow in terms of revenue sources, also in terms of burn rates, how much is going out. So we try to look at the runway that we have, which is basically how much time we have to survive based on the money that we make. It's fairly simple. It's the revenue minus the burn. And this way, you'll be able to see how many years or months you can survive with in your current situation. There's a few things we want to point out about this before we get too deep into it. So the first one is to know your limit. Obviously, you can't project accurately 5 years down the line. So if you're spending hours calculating pennies 5 years down the line, that's probably silly because we can't do that. The next thing is to always add contingency and to estimate high. So every time I make budgets for anything, I always make them quite a bit higher than I expect. And I can tell you from experience, you'll be happier when you're $1,000 under budget as opposed to $100 over budget. So the accuracy might be less, but you'll be happier if you didn't go over the budget, even by a bit. Also, it's nice to find you have extra money based on the budget that you've made. The next point is somewhat obvious. Every situation must be considered, but I want to point out the way in which we look at every single situation, or try to think of every situation, is to look at it from, so my perspective is the business marketing PR perspective, but also try to think of it as, okay, well, if I'm the lead artist, maybe there's going to be software I need, maybe there's going to be things that are going to come up, maybe we're going to want to hire people. What does this company do? They must have had to consider what was happening when they did this promotion, or this, or this, or this. So really trying to think of everything from your perspective, but also from the perspective of other people in your milieu, will help you to get a good handle on how much money you're going to be spending and how much money you're going to be earning.
Yeah, so I find money really scary. I come from humble origins, and the idea of the number of dollars that we spend per month is literally terrifying. And it can be really emotional at first, but I also very much believe in projections, and we do a very basic calculation every 6 months or so it is definitely completely worth it. So here's some example numbers. They're a little bit fudged, but it gives an idea of how we calculate. So as a small team, our variance from month to month can be very high because although salary is the majority of our spend, we still, when PAX comes in and blows our budget by an extra $10,000, that's a lot. That's like, half of our usual burn. So between travel costs, like in 2016, our month-to-month costs varied by up to 50%. So we couldn't just take a random month and then multiply it by 12. That absolutely wouldn't work. We have to actually see what the average is and what the variance is, both. So 15% is what I've heard tossed around as like an average contingency plan or in the budget for projects. But even last year, in our 4th year of existing, KitFox still had a variance from month to month of 34%, which is still high, but maybe it'll slow down a little bit over time. So if we hire 2 more people this year, which is the plan, that does increase the monthly burn by a certain amount per month, right? And then you multiply that by 12, and you have an idea of what you might be spending in 2018. And then if I see how much money we have left in the bank and pessimistically add how much we'll get this year, again, very, very rounded numbers, but you get the idea, and divide how much we spend per month, it looks kind of like this. So it's like, we kind of have enough for about a year, and in 6 months I can calculate that again and see if that's actually true. And I know this is a little bit crazy. Actual business people are probably like, what are you doing, Tanya? But I do actually put in our burn as if it was at its highest, like continuously, and also what if suddenly Steam crashed tomorrow and didn't give us any money, or there was a legal problem. I don't know. But I still am seeing in the very worst case, can we survive 6 months? Yes or no? Because I feel like we absolutely have to. And if that ever becomes a no, we're not really sure if we're going to survive for 6 months, then I'm suddenly no longer a game designer. I am now a business developer full-time. And I don't like that, so I try to avoid it, and this is how. So yeah, we check in on that every 6 months. And because we're spending conservatively, we can also have a moment where the whole team takes a day and they guess how much will we sell before we launch. Now, of course, nobody has any idea. Nobody knows how much their game is going to sell before they launch, and anyone who tells you otherwise is lying. But having your employees actually go through the mental exercise of how many would I think it'd sell is interesting because it is kind of like a cross-disciplinary learning moment. Because people don't even realize what assumptions they're making, what expectations they have until they put them on paper and look at what other people's expectations are. It can be really wild. So this is the kind of thing that I do with the team. I tell them these are some example sales. These are not actual sales. These are my guesstimates based on, by the way, Steam reviews like times 12 at a certain point in time. I don't have any secret source for sales numbers. I'm sorry. I actually think that multiplying Steam reviews
Projection styles. Okay, Steam reviews total. I wonder what this 7,000 is. Is that like how much it's supposed to make? Sexy Brutale made 7,000 a month. We're all over. Oh, 4 months. The Sexy Brutale made 27,000. Sexy Brutale was a really good game, and it had pretty good like. It got decent marketing. I know I watched some reviews on it, so I consider that one a good benchmark. Yeah, I don't know if that 7,000 is how much it made, but now is that 7,000 units sold or $7,000? Because if that's units, a lot more money. It's probably units. I was thinking 7,000 for Sexy Brutale sounds really low. But yeah, it's probably 7,000 units sold. And then it's up to 27,000 units sold. I don't know how much the Sexy Brutale actually launched at. I'm curious looking it up real quick. Let me do this. I'm gonna open my Steam up. It's $20, $19.99. Currently discounted. Oh no, the bundle's discounted. They're like their game collection. Okay, so it was $19.99 is what they sold at. All right, let's do some math then. So just flat gross earnings, if it was that, I'm just going to say 20 because that's easier. That would have been $140,000 gross, so, or net. I never remember the difference between gross and net. It's 140,000 before losing all the money to everybody taking their cuts. Right. So I don't know. If I would assume half of it goes away to everybody else, I mean, Steam was taking 30%, and then it sounds like taxes is actually taking a pretty sizable chunk as well. So I'd say, and then, well, I'm not going to do like cost or anything. I guess it wouldn't go as high as 50%, but it might. But where they only got 70,000 of their 140,000, it's probably more than that. It might be like 40% goes to, and then of course publisher is going to take, if they had a publisher, I don't know if they did. Publisher gets like 15 or something. I don't remember. So yeah, it might be like 50% after everybody gets their cut. So they only pull like 70. I'd still be happy with 70. I mean, I'd want more than that, but that, I mean, this is a pretty, seems like what you could expect is somewhere around 70 if everything goes really well. Because I think Sexy Brutale probably did pretty well. All right, so 140. So what is their 4-month? Because they did a lot better at 4-month, which is $500,000, $540,000 to be precise. So if they only got their 50% after 50% cut, that'd still be 25,000, 26, 27, 27,000. Not 27, 270,000. I left out a zero. 270,000 after 4 months. That would be sweet. That would be sick. Yeah. Like I said, I'd be happy with 100,000. I don't know, 4 months is a long time though to wait for the money to come in. So that does give me a good idea that I really expected all your money, or the majority of your money, to come in on that first month. Even if this is just money and not units, which I was just assuming units, but it could just be how much it made. But if the Sexy Brutale only made 27,000 in 4 months, I would be very surprised. I really think it's units. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know the numbers. I need to release a game to figure it out. It might be a lot better than I think. I mean, most people have like a team of 4 or 5 people. So, and they're able to like make a living with that. So, you know, splitting it that many ways and then putting their money to the next game. So I should hopefully make enough that I can support myself solo, right? I don't know.
Is a better source for this kind of thing than Steam Spy. Steam Spy is wonderful and amazing, but I don't use them for sales estimates at all because of bundles and stuff. So anyway, I give the team this kind of thing, like here's some comparable games and their sales over time. So what do you think it'll sell in a month compared to these things? Of course, the scary thing is that employees stop here. They don't really need to know the rest of it. They don't need to know the financials. I mean, if they want to, I don't mind. I'm a transparent kind of business owner, but most people are stressed out like I am when they see lots of zeros and things everywhere going out of their bank account. So for them, all they need to do is say, oh, I think it'll be about 5,000 in 3 months. That sounds reasonable. Of course, in real life, sales are very rarely in the middle. and that's a whole other lecture for a whole other time. But I like to sense, are my employees feeling very pessimistic about the sales coming up? Are they feeling optimistic? What do they think it will perform like, and why?
Oh, I'm a pessimist.
And that is an interesting thing. You'll get a different conversation based on whether you're talking to an artist or a programmer or what games they play or if they're in this genre, that kind of thing.
Or just a pessimistic person.
Yes, yes, I have those too. So yeah, we do lots of pessimistic things, and we're very conservative. So I go back to this kind of projection, or this sales idea, and actually calculate how much I need to make before I spend on a game. So I know burn, I made a big fuss about how my burn is very hard to calculate, but I still want to know a general idea. In a general way, am I going to spend 100,000 on this game? Am I spending 400,000 on this game? Am I spending $1 million on this game? And I actually calculate all of that, and I see how much I feel like I would need to sell at a minimum. These are basically all of my numbers that I use. This is as deep as I go, I'm sorry. But it generally works for me, that I can see whether I have a realistic expectation. Is it
More graphs.
realistically possible for this game to sell the number of copies that I need?
All right. Let's read all this. Money we want to receive in 6 months. Okay, so there's your gross revenue. Units need to be sold at... Okay, so they're expecting to sell about 90,000. For a big game. I don't know. So average price of $9.99 equals $7.99. Average price of $19.99, about $16. That's good to know. Oh, that's because of discounts.
Usually the answer is maybe, but that is still a better answer than literally no, I cannot find a game on Steam that is like this at all, that has sold anything like this. That is a scary reality. That was actually true for Boyfriend Dungeon until Dream Daddy came out. Oh my God, that was the best day. And projections are really hard without historical data. Unfortunately, in the first couple of years of KitFox, it was much, much harder than it is now. The more data you get from your own games, the better you'll get at your own projections, obviously. But like I mentioned before, it is dangerous to assume your game will perform in the middle, because almost no games do. We've been really lucky that way. We've been very middle-classy, releasey developer. But usually you'll sell either very poorly or very well, unfortunately. But yeah. I'm very uplifting. I'm very uplifting. I am an optimist. This is part of why I hate money. Anyway, so assuming that we've met our long-term goal of survival, now we reach this existential moment in KitFox's history. I think we're actually going to look back at 2018 in the future, because we have money projected to be coming in. How can we best meet these other goals? Do we have other goals? We need to think as a company, now that we are surviving, what is our third goal? Should we give ourselves better raises? Should we hire more people? We've actually talked about maybe moving to Japan would be a fine trade-off. We don't really know. I mostly just want to keep designing cool games. So I guess wish us luck, but in the meantime, Clever Endeavor does a little bit more than we do on the projection side.
Also, we're going to try and make sure that she stays in Montreal. That's our goal. Yeah, so we have a little bit more of a complicated system that we use at Clever Endeavor. I should mention, I didn't put this in the slides, but you're talking about the employees making projections, and we actually did that. We were just 3 partners at the time, made projections before our game launched, and we got a very wide range. I think it was like 10,000 units to like 400,000 units was the range of, that was the most pessimistic and the least pessimistic, or the most optimistic, and only 3 people, so you can imagine. Anywho, so so we're a little bit more in depth. Part of that is because a couple of us kind of like playing with Google Sheets and formulas and things, and part of it is because, we think there are some upsides, and we'll discuss the upsides and the downsides after I go through this. So we have this big complicated document that we update monthly or whenever we need to make an adjustment. It's not that complicated, but it'll look complicated, but I'll try to explain. So this is the main tab of the projections document. And you can download this. I actually made a template that people can download, and I'll show you the link to download that throughout the slides and at the end. So the link to download that throughout.
Okay, they don't have any actual numbers in here, just what they're doing.
The slides and at the end. So this thing is going to help us consider many different scenarios and play out different scenarios in our minds and see how long we have to survive. So just breaking this down a little bit. So we see there's one section with cash on hand. That's whatever money you have, bank accounts, if you have investments or anything like that. The next section is going to be receivables. So that's going to be money that you're expecting that's coming in from Steam, let's say, that you haven't received yet, or whatever, money that's coming from a deal in the future. And then you've got all the stuff that you have to spend in general. And sorry, when I say projections document, it's not just projections, it's all the cash in, all the cash out, and then this sort of runway calculation. So this other part is expenses, which are broken down based on monthly or annual expenses, or per project expenses, or simply one-time expenses. So something like audio you'll have to pay per project, whereas something like accounting fees, let's say maybe that's monthly or yearly. So I allow for breaking those down into the different categories. And then when you're doing your actual projections, you can see the highlighted part here is how many months ahead do you want to calculate and how many projects you think you're going to make. So you say, okay, 36 months, we're going to make 2 new projects. So that'll pull the per project costs, and that'll put that in, well, that'll put that in the calculations, and it'll include the monthly costs based on how many months.
But look at all those tabs.
There's a lot of tabs. So each tab is a separate chunk, and I try to make it simpler by having these tabs. The idea being that each tab can be one chunk. So salaries, for example, is one tab. But the power of this was that we have a list of employees and how much they're being paid. This isn't actual numbers. These are just made up numbers. But there's also, so you can see the employee and how much they're getting paid. There's also government contributions. So in Canada and Quebec, there's a certain amount that you remit to the government for taxes. I presume that in the US, there's similar things. So it allows you to calculate by whatever government contribution, so you can find out how much your company is actually paying, as opposed to just the gross salary. The other thing is you can put potential raises. So you're saying, okay, well, what if we gave everybody a raise of this much? What would that do to our bottom line? The other thing is you can put potential employees. So you're thinking, okay, well, what if we hire 2 employees and we give a raise to 1 employee? How is that going to affect it? And all that gets fed back into the main sheet, which gives us our final output, which is, okay, you have 14 months to survive or whatever. So the game projections are done in an interesting way that was done by one of my colleagues, Alex. And we've sort of argued about it and fixed it throughout the process. The page looks a little like this. So the way it works is we say if the game is already out, we know how much we've earned 1 month. Most games do this sort of curve down, and so we assume that our game's going to do the same. And what we do there is that we can choose if we want a fast decay rate, so it means it's going to go down very quickly, or a slower decay rate if we think the game's doing well. The nice thing with this is that we can actually check back after each month and say, okay, how are we doing compared to what we're calling the medium estimate or the slow estimate? You can also flip this and just make it immediate. So it decays immediately, you stop making money forever. That's the super pessimistic thing you were talking about.
Except that it's interesting to me that we both had a better year 2 in our major game than we had a year 1, right?
Yes, and that's why, so actually there's a couple things in the slide that I guess I have a couple minutes. I'll go into a bit of detail. So there are also percent bumps that you can do. So you can say, okay, well, we know summer sale is happening at this point. We expect we're going to make 200% what we usually make. So then you put that in, and that will just bump it and bring it back down to the same decay that it was using before. But I believe this is, okay, yeah. So it is somewhat complicated looking But it does allow us to think of actual scenarios. So we'll think of a scenario that's, like I said before, hiring 2 people, we're giving 1 person a raise, we're starting a new project, we're going to Gamescom and GDC and PAX. How does that affect us? And another thing which I didn't mention here is that there's also, for future game projections, so future game sales, we don't do this decay thing because it's about as useful to pick a random number and decay from there as it is to just have an overall. But there is a sheet on that spreadsheet that gives you a breakdown of, you set how much money is going to a publisher, how much money is going to an investor, how much money is going to the platforms that are taking their cut. And then you can see how many copies of games you'd have to sell at what price to be able to make a certain amount of money. So there's just this big table, and you can kind of find out like, oh, if we're selling our game at $40, then we only have to sell half as many, and things like that. You can grab this cash flow document thing at cleverendeavorgames.com/cashflow. Or I wrote a Gamasutra article about this that was just sort of a really short blurb, and it links to this website as well.
It'll also be on the last slide.
Yeah, it'll be on the question slide as well. And as Tanya was saying, it's kind of hard to know how your sales are going to be in the future, which makes this an interesting endeavor, which is, you can see our launch was the first little tiny blip, which is somewhat rare. When you look at most games, the launch is obviously higher, and they scaled down. Ours launched really tiny, then our first summer sale was big, and then our next winter sale was even bigger. And somehow, our winter sale, after the game was almost 2 years old, was better than our winter sale.
Okay. That is something really good to internalize. That even though you could have a bad launch and make barely anything, a good sale comes along, could make a large amount of your money, right? So that's something I need to keep in mind for sanity reasons. Even if worse comes and I release and it doesn't sell very well, I can always hope for like a winter sale or some sort of sale, get in on a sale, or just getting more visibility through another platform, which might lead back to my start. There's also, if somebody picks up, like a big streamer picks up your game, could lead to a lot of sales. So just something to help with sanity. If the worst happens, it's not totally lost. It could still come back and make a good amount of money. Looking at this, yeah, their original sale, it was all pretty low until they're like a month out or 2 months out when they had a small increase in sales. Like, well, I mean, it's big compared to what they had before. But, that's the kind of thing you get real happy about. But then even further down, they're 2 months away and they just get these massive spikes of sales for each sale that they're having. And they keep going for like a year as well. Just every couple months, a nice big surge. So, yeah, like you really need a whole year's worth of data to really get an idea for how it's doing, because it happens in these spikes.
After the game was 1 year old with the same discount. So there's a lot of things. I mean, at that point, the game was probably more popular, more people who had wishlisted it and so on. But the point is that it's not standard across the board, for sure. And it's always good to be pessimistic, because you never know if your second year winter sale for some reason is going to do better than the first one, or significantly worse. So there are some pros and cons to this. So one of the pros is that you can see where you can save money. When I say pros and cons to this, I mean going in depth about this. And that is, like I said, you flip one employee on or off, and you can see how much extra money you're going to spend or save. The other thing is you can understand your sort of short-term decisions. So if we go to PAX this year, how much is that actually going to cost us in terms of months of survival? You can also think about longer-term strategy. So that was, again, with employees or starting several projects at once, or going into a new office space. On the other hand, it takes time, and there is certainly a strong argument to be made for maybe you should spend your time making better games, and they're going to sell however they sell. So that's definitely an argument that can be valid. The other thing is that we're never actually sure. Right? This isn't a super reliable thing. Like we said before, you can't predict 5 years into the future. But we like doing it at Clever Endeavor Tanya doesn't like doing it quite as much, but they still do some amount. And I think that across the board, regardless, you should be thinking about this and you should be doing these projections. The level of detail is, of course, up to you. So how do we wrap this all up?
So, oh, that's incorrect. So regardless of how you feel, I do think that it is important as a business owner to think about what strategies you're going to have. And even beyond strategy, I actually think that it's maybe most important to keep your eyes open and stay reactive to what opportunities come available, because that is definitely the most common thing across both of our strategies, is that we were opportunistic in some way. We had an amazing opportunity and we had to do that, whether it was me jumping on Moon Hunters or it was doubling down on the success of Ultimate Chicken Horse. You really have to respond when you get new information. So, I mean, different studios obviously have different methods, different goals, different constraints. There's no one right way to run your company. And I think anyone who claims otherwise is trying to sell you something. But as a business owner, to other potential business owners, treat your employees well, maybe allow them to unionize, and think carefully about why you're doing what you're doing. Calculate your costs, your risks, your consequences, and you'll have a strategy that works for you and for your team to achieve your goals. Thank you.
So 5 minutes.
Perfect.
Cool.
All right, so we have time for 1 or 2 questions. There are microphones there and there, but if you leave, I'm not hurt at all. So please, any questions? Yeah?
Yep.
This is mostly for Tanya. Do you find it hard to resist or do you feel pressure to keep investing in your existing games and like do the games as a service thing? And how do you sort of resist that and make sure you're putting resources into your new game?
For Moon Hunters, we did end up reinvesting quite a bit. We were porting it to multiple platforms, and even when it wasn't selling very well, we had decided to make a free DLC for 6 months after that. And part of that was that we didn't want to leave it in a state that we weren't proud of it. So that was kind of an emotional, like, can we survive making this thing? Yes, then we probably should, because otherwise we'll just have this project that we're always kind of embarrassed by, whereas now I don't feel that way. I mean, I'm not going to go around saying it's the perfect game, but I'm not embarrassed by it. And that was more important to me. I think it is a question of personality, whether you enjoy live ops or hate it. I personally enjoy live ops. My first few jobs were on live MMOs, actually. I was hired onto Age of Conan right as it launched, and it was the best job ever. So I don't have a good answer for you, except that some reinvestment is probably wise. And obviously for us, porting to different platforms has definitely been helpful for us, and making those business relationships. Every time we've released on a new console, our Steam sales have boosted. So like for us, we've decided that simultaneous launch, although it's common wisdom, is not best for us, because our community is fractured and it's all over the place, and by having it have new news cycles and press cycles and influencer cycles, we can actually make our primary platform, Steam, sell better.
Yeah, I should also add, it is an opportunity thing, right? Like, we're continuing this because the game's doing well. If it wasn't, if it tanked, then we would say, well, forget it, or on to the next thing. Not to say a game that is doing badly can't be sort of revived, but it is, like we talked about, really an opportunity thing.
Let's go on this side this time.
Well, first of all, thank you for your talk. My name is Nacho, like the Mexican food. Anyhow, I have a quick question regarding ecosystems. For instance, I am from Mendoza, Argentina, right? And one of the issues we have over there is that our ecosystem doesn't provide any sort of help. So the only solution that we have is bootstrapping. How would you say, I mean, is bootstrapping for real the only option we got down there, for instance?
I mean, there's Kickstarter. I mean, every country has the idea of loans, but it depends how favorable they will be and who they will lend to, obviously.
Yeah, there's also the idea of, starting working part-time or working full-time while working on your project part-time, a lot of people do, to get started. And then sometimes that, again, it's a different ecosystem, but in our ecosystem, that if you have something that you can show, that's a lot more likely to get some publisher attention or someone who can put some money into it. So maybe the project starts part-time or remote or something, and then you're at a point where you might be able to more favorably get a loan or.
Like one of the most common ways to survive for a studio that we almost never talk about is work for hire, which is taking some or all of your employees and working on someone else's game and they pay you to do it. And that gives you experience, it gives you contacts, and it can level your team up a bit. The problem is getting those contracts when you haven't made a single game together before is very difficult because like me, I wouldn't contract you out, I wouldn't give you money to do work for hire until you've made a game. So before making your first game, one thing that we didn't mention on any of our slides is the fact that we can't account for the number of studios that have closed. Like that Montreal Studios thing, like those are 6 studios who still exist.
Yes.
As opposed to all the studios that probably almost existed and then didn't. So short answer is that yes, it is absolutely much harder in some studios, or some cities and some locations, and Montreal is maybe an ideal place in a lot of ways. But if you can't bootstrap, definitely find money wherever you can and think about what services you can provide to other people and businesses.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Other side?
Thanks for the talk, guys. It was really cool. I had some questions about early investment, and the projection stuff was really neat. But when you were meeting early on with investors, what kind of breakdown were they looking for? How much of that was on the creative side? How much of that was, hey, can we see your projections? Do they feel accurate to us?
So for us, it was a standard program, actually, for both the VC-ish thing and the Execution Labs incubator thing. They were both a situation where they had a certain amount of money set aside for these kinds of profiles, and then I just had to convince them I was that profile. So like the more information I could get about what they wanted to hear was the best.
So charmed them a little bit?
And in those cases, I mean, they assume that it's all going to be payroll. Like they know that you're not going to spend all this money on a Lamborghini or whatever. So it really wasn't about like, tell me exactly where this dollar is going. It was more like, how much are you paying yourselves? How many people do you have? For how long? And they can do it in their own head to figure out like, oh, if you pay yourself minimum wage, this will last you this long. If you pay yourself normal salary, it'll last you this long. And that's kind of been fine. I mean, even for fairly late stage, like publisher money, it was still kind of what is your burn rate was the #1 question, rather than how much are you spending on audio or whatever.
Yeah, and I should say, like, so when we were pitching investors, so we ended up actually having a fortunate situation where we had a family friend investor, and then a bunch of family sort of jumped on. And so we got favorable terms, but we still did the full pitch thing. And for us, the big thing was comparing other games that are out already and comparing their sales and saying, okay, if we do badly, there are some that did really, really badly, and we think this is why. There are some that did fairly badly, and you'll make your money back, and this is what will happen if we do fairly badly. And this is the upshot. So it's kind of like show the probable situation, and then sell the dream, and they understand that that's the dream, but that's what they're investing in, right? So there's the burn rate, and then there's what you think you're going to make. And if you have comparisons, I mean, Boyfriend Dungeon will be harder because it's, there's not as much comparison, but in our case, it was a lot easier to find games that were like, well, here's 7 games that are similar, that have all done this well.
Oh, I absolutely told a venture capitalist at some point that we were intending to grow to 100 people, and like that was a total lie. But thank you, it was put to good use. Yeah, so we are past time, so thank you very
Thanks a
much.
lot.
We will take more questions over here. Thank you.
Yep.
That was pretty good. Well, before that starts, how far into the stream are we? 3 hours and 42 minutes. Only midnight. We'll keep going. Yeah, I wanna make some progress this weekend. What's this? Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna keep doing this. My ears are really starting to hurt from these speakers. Let's do some more. I'm enjoying this. This is what I usually do when I'm not streaming. just these little things. They're a great way to pass the time.
People of Earth, your attention, please. I'm Alexis Kennedy. This is what I'm talking about.
This one's a lot quieter.
In a nutshell, this was my motto for many years. It's not a bad motto, but I think this one is better. And that is, I hope, what I'm going to help you do today, is to learn from my mistakes, the ones I made, and some of the ones I didn't make. This is my biography slide.
I think that's good.
I've
You can
been
still hear it.
making software like 20 years. Only 10 of that is in game dev. I founded Fairbetter Games, which is where you've heard of me from if you've heard of me. I made Fawn in London, I made Sun at Sea. I really enjoyed running Fairbetter, and then
Okay, I know this.
I needed a change. I wanted to do more hands-on work. I'll talk about that later in the
Right, this one is the name of it. Intensely Practical Tips for Growing an Indie Studio.
talk. But I went off and did a kind of Ronin year, doing a bunch of work for AAAs and learning a lot. And now I have founded with Lottie Bevan, who's sitting in the front row, Weather Factory, another studio, where we are making a game which you may notice some subliminal messaging attached to, which has already won a design award, although we haven't finished it yet, which is really nice. And we do a lot of mentoring of other indies because there are things I wish people had told me coming up. So here's the roadmap for today. First of all, I'm going to talk about what I mean by growth, which isn't necessarily the traditional San Francisco definition. I want to talk to you about what you want out of running a studio. I want to talk about the specific advantages that indie studios have that others don't. We have disadvantages, but we have advantages too.
The advantages is
wanna
you
talk
can
about
do
stage.
smaller projects
Because
and more
I
of
think
them.
two things. One, doing the right thing is the right thing. Two, doing the right thing is the best way to get value out of your team. So do well by doing good. I want to talk about why I left Fairbetter and hopefully highlight some lessons that might be useful to you if you leave a studio you founded. And I have one more piece of advice at the very end. So growth. I do not mean being the next Facebook. I don't mean the kind of aggressive 10x growth that you'll hear about in Silicon Valley.
This one's going to be
I'm
hard
not rich.
for a lot of
I cannot
people.
give you advice on how to get rich. What I can talk about is how to build a human scale studio where people enjoy doing interesting work and have enough financial stability to be able to continue doing interesting work. Because that is key. Without financial stability, nothing else counts. One of the myths that leaks into indie culture is this idea that we are not subject to the same rules that big corporations are. We are. Kindness isn't enough, creativity isn't enough, good intentions aren't enough. They're really important, but everybody is subject to gravity. And what I mean by gravity is crunch. I mean, you start out with good intentions, and people end up working overtime, which fucks their lives. I mean, being one of the 30-odd% of Kickstarted games which don't deliver. I don't believe most of those 30% of games that don't deliver started out as crooks. I think people have good intentions and sometimes fall prey to gravity. And that's the last thing you want to happen to you, right? Running out of funds is much, much worse than not getting funded in the first place. And above all, gravity is people not being paid, not being able to make payroll at the end of the month, whether it's you or whether it's your team. If you take nothing else away from today, before you write another line of code, before you write another line of dialogue, before you draw another picture, make sure that you have an answer for each of these questions. How much is it going to cost to make the game? How much money is the game going to make? And when's that going to happen? So I am very confident that a number of people sitting in this room going, well, duh, it's a business, of course I have those things. But I'm also very confident that a number of people are sitting in this room going, I don't actually have answers to every one of those questions. You must. Otherwise, you're not running a business, you're not making a project, you are engaging in an activity.
Yeah, I don't know when I'm going to finish it. Fuck.
If you have a team, that's irresponsible. So you should be able to answer every one of those questions
Nope.
without referring to documentation. That has to be the bones of the thing you build to survive gravity.
I'm just winging it.
So the reason that you are here today is, unless you are press or unless you've strayed in here looking for the bathroom, which is on the left, then is because you want to run a studio or you are already running a studio. This is why people want to run studios, indie studios. But that's just the how, it's not the why. If you spend 8 hours a day, 5 days a week making games is a really kind of broad category of activity. What do you actually want to spend those 8 hours a day doing? Managing people, coding, drawing, designing, marketing stuff, giving talks at conferences? Often, people seize onto an inspiration, a studio that they want to be like. You see people do good work, you want to do similar work. You see people out in the industry who seem to be having a good time, you want to be like them. This is a good place to start, but you can't replicate a studio by looking at the shape of it from the outside. If you put wings and a nose and a tail and a cockpit on something without thinking about how it actually works, what you get is unlikely to clock much time in the air. Here's a concrete example of what I mean. I'm going to show you a quote, something somebody said to me back in about 2010, 2011. They weren't a stupid person at all, they just didn't know what it was like being at Failbetter. At that point, Failbetter barely generated any revenue at all, let alone floating happily through life with sheer creativity. It's very easy to look at a studio from the outside that has published games and that has like a website where they look kind of professional, where people show up at conferences with badges and assume that things are serene, and if you copy them, you'll end up in the right place. It's very dangerous to do that. Even when you have a more detailed idea of what you want to do on a project, again, if you try to copy the detailed idea without understanding why decisions have been taken, you can end up with something that isn't fit for purpose. This was my business plan, if you can call it that, in 2009 when I founded Failbetter. Has 10 million players. It's got a shit story. So I'll make a game that's kind of a social Facebook RPG, because that's what people were making in 2009. It'll have a great story, so it'll do twice as well. And yeah, so that didn't happen. Because I completely failed to understand why people were making social RPGs and what made some social RPGs successful. As it happens, I'm really glad I didn't, because if we had got 20 million players, I'd have ended up trying to run a business that was servicing 20 million players and not making games. But there was no chance of that happening because I was doing this. So this is a pithy insight I'm indebted to Lottie for. You wouldn't sit down and say, I'm making a game and it's going to be kind of like that game. I mean, you might, but it's probably not going to be a great strategy. You want design pillars, you want key goals for what you're doing. You want reference points for what you're trying to do. So do the same with your business. If you're building a studio, think about what you want the studio to be and do, and build it around that. Here are some contenders for design pillars for a studio. Take a moment to look at this and see which of these things apply to you. All of these are perfectly decent ways to run a studio, perfectly decent things to focus on. So me, broadly speaking, I'm in the left-hand column, which isn't a particular category, it's just a list of things that I like. I do enjoy the biz side of things, but it's not my main focus. I like getting hands-on. More about that later. I'm a story guy, and I really enjoy developing in the open. I like crowdfunding. I like working with the community to get feedback and to find out how to improve games. I find it very validating, and I find it a very clear way of fixing my mistakes. On the other hand, take someone like Subset Games, who made Into the Breach and FTL. They do great work. They are world-class devs. And Justin Marr, one of the founders, told me a couple of years ago that they are never going to run, he said at the time, another Kickstarter after the FTL one. The FTL Kickstarter was successful, they made a really good game, but they just didn't enjoy developing in the spotlight. So they went away and they made Into the Breach over 4 years and polished it in the dark till it glowed like a star, and they released it, which is, again, a perfectly acceptable way of doing it if that's the kind of thing you want to do. So think about how you want to approach your work. There are a dozen ways to skin a cat. And think about it not just now, but over the next decade. What you want to do today may not be what you want to do next year. This caught me out. So always keep an eye on what you're in this for, what you want to spend your 8 hours a day doing. These are the design pillars for Fail Better that we iterated towards. 2015, this was the slide at the all hands end of year thing. The key things here were everybody keeps their job, everybody enjoys their job, and we do great. So the third one is the aspirational thing you put at the end of a mission statement. Because God help me, this is a mission statement. Design pillars for a studio are a mission statement. When you hear the phrase mission statement, you tend to think it's some bullshit on a plaque somewhere. And frequently, it is some bullshit on a plaque somewhere, because it's what people have compromised to fit on a plaque on the wall of an office. So what you want in your mission statement or your design pillars is a clear idea of what your priorities are. Don't make your mission statement, we are going to succeed, because everybody wants to succeed. Nobody puts a mission statement on their wall saying, we are the kind of company that fucks up. Think in terms of priorities. These are those things restated: safety, fun, and profit, in that order. And that's important. There's no reason those 3 things needed to be in that order. We really wanted to make sure everyone stayed employed. We wanted to make sure people had a good time. After that, money's nice. There's a difference between going for the kind of money that keeps everyone paid and the kind of money that buys you a big gold house. These are the priorities at Weather Factory, which Lottie and I run now. And you'll notice we switched the top 2 because Weather Factory is quite well funded and it's got a very small team, so it's a low burn. The whole idea was to do a bunch of interesting experiments fairly swiftly, get them out the door. So we're taking more risks, we're compromising the safety of it in order to have more fun. Think about what's important for you. And one of the things I realise, this can sound extremely theoretical if you're at the start of your career or the start of your studio's journey. If you are thinking, how the fuck can I get paid next week? Never mind think about whether I would rather be safe or having fun. This can seem theoretical, but I wish I'd paid more attention to it in 2009, 2010 when I was getting started. And it will become, if you are successful, a practical problem much, much quicker than you think. So you've probably seen the documentary film Aliens. Here are the 2 of the characters from Aliens. On the left, we have the Colonial Marines M577 armoured personnel carrier. On the right, we have Rebecca Jordan, also known as Newt. They have different character builds. And if you've seen the film, you'll know that one of them gets a lot more screen time than the other, because one of them leans into her strength, hiding from aliens in ventilation ducts, and the other one doesn't get to employ its fire-resistant polymer armour or its outward-facing laser ablative tile in a useful way. Think for a moment about which of these characters you would tend to compare to indie studios and which you tend to compare to AAA. So every talk you attend during the next 4 days, think about whether the advice you're listening to is useful to Newt or to the armoured personnel carrier. One of the mistakes I made a lot in the early days of Fail Better is I'd go to talks given by people from big mobile studios, for example, and they'd say you need to do these 8 things in order to increase retention by 0.03%. I'd do that, and we'd increase retention by 0.03%, and that would mean we kept 4 extra players each week because we were a tiny studio without big numbers, so that was useless and didn't show up in our bottom line at all. Here's good advice. It's good advice in the context of this talk. I think it's good advice generally. I don't know if Paradox qualifies indie. I don't know if Paradox know if Paradox qualifies indie. But you are going to have dozens and dozens of things your company is bad at or unremarkable at, and a few things your company is good at. If you try to spend your energy fixing all the things you're not great at, you're going to waste all your energy. Here's some bad advice from a much more talented and eminent game designer than me for indies most of the time. If you are making Nintendo's crown jewel platform launch exclusive game and you need to hold it back for 6 months to get 10 out of 10 rather than 9 out of 10, this is probably good advice. If you are 3 indies working from their back bedrooms and you're going to hit negative cash flow in 3 months, then you probably want a game that isn't great rather than a game that isn't out. Same guy, great advice for indies. Just because it's not an indie source doesn't mean it's bad advice for indies. This I wish I'd known when I was making Sun at Sea. Sun at Sea, we made the home port for London first and then did everything else. And it worked out okay, but what we should have done, and what I think is often good advice, is to get the core loop of the game, the core activity right first, and then go back and look at the introductory experience. Here is some more bad advice from an unimpeachable indie source. And I know it's bad advice, or I believe it's bad advice, because Rami said it was bad advice when he gave a talk last year here, I think. Rami told a group of game design students when asked, should I stay in school? No, you should drop out because then you'll learn more stuff and you'll get life lessons. And afterwards, the talk organizer came up to him and said, for God's sake, man, this is not the Netherlands. South Africa does not have a social safety net. And what you've just told these students, could destroy their lives because staying in school is their best chance of having a good life. So every talk you attend, think about whether it's going to be useful for you. The biggest trap is big studios will have advice that may not be useful for you, but even other indies may give advice that isn't useful for your specific circumstances. Think about it critically. These, I think, are the things that most indies have in common as advantages that big studios often don't. You don't have to spend all the money. You don't have to do all the things that big, real, serious studios with lobby art do. You are not prevented from making decisions quickly by 5 layers of management. You're also not protected from the consequences of your decisions by 5 layers of management. I'll talk about that in a moment. You've got a small team full of people who are engaged. You will have a deeper bond than you will in a big organization where people only meet at the water cooler, all else being equal. Low budget's really straightforward. This is a UK-based entrepreneur who I asked for advice a few years ago. What I said is the thing you would say to a studio first that is trying to grow. And he said this: if you put more pounds into, or more dollars into a project, you don't necessarily get more dollars out. There is a relationship, of course there is, but the relationship is much less direct than people think. And if you really, 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 really want a game to succeed, it's easy to start playing your whole budget into it. Every pound you spend on the game, or every other currency of choice you spend on the game, is a pound you have to make back in sales at the end. If you don't spend it, you don't have to make it back. Always bear that in mind. Constraints. So you will hear people say, or you will say yourself, something like this: what does a proper business do? So first of all, proper business has budgets, schedules, revenue projections. And you want those. Those are essential. Proper business has employees. You probably want employees. Even if you're the only employee of your studio, you need a team. You can't make games without personnel. Proper companies, proper businesses have offices. You don't necessarily need an office. Lots of indies work from home, remotely or from their living rooms. You probably need payroll. You probably don't need a payroll department. You probably need an HR policy. You probably don't need an HR department. You definitely don't need lobby art. Don't copy what proper businesses do without thinking about it in an attempt to become a proper business. And here's a really good example of what I mean. Press releases that look like this. And I've put out press releases that look like this. And I nod off rereading them. We know what press releases look like. We know what press releases are supposed to look like. if we want to be taken seriously, we tend to put out things that look like this, when we could do this. Dan Marshall's a solo dev in the UK. He's a very funny fucker. And, you know, you can't say this in a press release. I'm not wasting my time day in, day out, knee-deep in football without some sort of kickback. We're very excited to release our new football game. No, I don't know how well Kickman did. Pretty well, I think. But I'm telling you about it at GDC a year after release because he did something unusual and distinctive, and he didn't just try to copy other press releases. Not everyone is as funny as Dan Marshall. I'm not. So not all of us can make entertaining press releases. But don't just do things because they're done that way. This is me in my living room with Sonia, my daughter, doing a live stream for the Cultist Simulator Kickstarter. Sonia is explaining what her Beanie Babies names are and which one she likes more. Because I was doing a stream and she wanted to get involved and she insisted on getting in. If you are doing a stream, if you're recording a Kickstarter video, it's very easy to get sucked into the idea you need to look professional, you need to have a printed backdrop, and you need to sit there and look serious and give the impression that you're in a meeting room in a AAA studio. People who are backing your Kickstarter know you're not in a meeting room in a AAA studio. They know you are 1 or 3 or 5 people sitting in a room somewhere. You don't need to pretend to be a proper business. This is how Cultist Simulator did in Kickstarter. It wasn't a problem, Sonia being in the live stream. It was a problem, Sonia being in the live stream because she now wants to be in every live stream I do ever. But that's a separate issue. Right, immediacy. I said earlier that you can make decisions quickly and you are not protected from making bad decisions by 5 layers of management. So what you've got as an indie is very short iteration times. Make a decision, act on it, see the effects, change your decision, act on it again, see the effects. In order to make this useful, in order to catch the bad decisions you're not protected from, everybody has to know these 3 things: what they're doing, why they're doing it, and why they want to do it. So your job as a studio head or a team lead is to make sure they know those things. This is your number 1 job, right? Is managing information flow. Think about how you would manage information flow if you were designing a game. A lot of information flow in companies works like this. You get an email explaining what you want to do, and you do that for the next month. Imagine designing a game where you get a big text dump at the beginning of the month, never refer to it again, and then check in at the end of the month, see where it's done. So you want small snippets of information constantly. You want to work and inform people all the time. You want to check their understanding to make sure that they know not just what they're doing, but why they're doing it so they can change direction intelligently if something goes wrong. And here's a really useful tool for giving people information constantly in small, digestible snippets. Design pillars. Safety, fun, and profit. Of course, we're making a game that is going to have a modest budget in order to ensure that we all have jobs, rather than pushing the boat out and ploughing money into it. Same with actual game projects. Same with actual design pillars for actual games. Loneliness, exploration, survival were the core pillars of Sunless Sea. And I've banged on about this all the time. And the effect of this was, when I said the boat needs to look really small in the middle of a vast dark ocean, my UI developer said straight away, of course, yes, because loneliness is one of the core values of the game. And you can have design pillars, snippets of information you keep revisiting, decisions you make up front and then refer back to for periods of time as well. So last year, the game sold well. We actually have more money than we expected. This year, we're not going to focus on improving our cash flow because that's okay. We are going to focus on finding bigger audiences. Everybody in the studio knows that. Everyone in the studio acts on this all the time. When you give somebody a jump button in a game, you immediately give them a wall to jump over to check they've understood the jump button. If you give somebody a crouch button, there will be a pipe. If I am trying to make sure my daughter knows it's her bedtime, I will say, what are you going to do, Sonia? And she'll say, clean my teeth and get into bed and wait for you to come and read a story for me. You need to check understanding with your team as well. But if you check understanding with your team by saying, repeat back to me what I've just said to you, they'll lose patience fairly quickly. So here are 3 non-annoying ways to get them to indicate their understanding. One is to have them explain it to somebody else while you're present. This has the added advantage, they will probably understand it better while they're explaining it, and the other person will understand it at the end of it. You can pick up on issues of confusion. Another is to get them to write documentation. Another nice outcome of that is that you have documentation at the end of it that other people can refer to. And another is to build out a really quick prototype. Do you get what I'm saying? Okay, let's see how it looks in the build. Let's spend half an hour doing it. That's not quite what I meant. Let's sort this out before we go further. And one of the other advantages and disadvantages of having an indie studio without 5 layers of management where people are making decisions on the floor day to day is there is nowhere to hide from responsibility. And that's great because you want people to be responsible for their tasks. To make them responsible, you need this thing, the buck. Every task, if you want people to be responsible for it, one person has to be responsible for it. If 3 people are responsible for it, nobody's responsible for it. Because everybody thinks it's somebody else's job to do, and they will focus on the task that they are solely responsible for. So make sure anything you want to be done in the studio has one person responsible for it, whether it's you, whether it's a member of the team. And they can pass on the buck, of course they can. You ask a team lead to get something done, they will pass that to their team, but it needs to be passed, not thrown. Somebody needs to acknowledge they have the buck and that they're responsible for it. If somebody doesn't acknowledge responsibility, they don't have responsibility. And this is what you need to make sure everybody understands. If you have a buck, the task's problems are yours. You have to ask for help or to call out delays. That's essential. If a team member has too many tasks or the tasks are delayed, they need to be able to flag it, and you need to listen to that because deadlines come in 2 kinds, lions and sharks. Deadlines that you can see coming, deadlines that you understand your liability for, whether you are going to hit them or not, are lions. They can kill you, but you can see them coming a long time off. Sharks, just as dangerous as lions, but you won't know they're there until your leg is already gone. So deadlines are not less dangerous if you think they're okay. You need to make sure people can flag when tasks are being delayed and when deadlines are at risk. Right, the next 4 slides or so, I'm going for possibly the highest profanity to minute ratio of an indie talk so far, so I apologise if you're a sensitive disposition. Everyone fucks up. Responsibility means that if you fuck up on a task, it's your fuck up and you have to fix it. You need to give your team room to fuck up. If you are looking at people's shoulders to the extent that they don't have room to fuck up, then you are fucked. Because you have paid a team full of people to do work that you are now doing yourself. If you give somebody ownership of a task, that means giving them room to fuck up. If you give them responsibility, they will learn to avoid the fuck-ups themselves without you looking over their shoulder. But if somebody fucks up in an indie team where you have a number of self-motivated people who care about what they're doing, are engaged, usually the most you need to say is, please don't do it again. Let them know they've fucked up. Don't belabor the point. Don't try to make it a big deal. Move straight away to how the problem is going to be fixed next time. There's 2 reasons for that. One is so that the problem will be fixed next time. Because good intentions, please don't do it again, often aren't enough. If they were, they probably wouldn't have made the mistake to begin with. The other is that you give somebody a way to save face and channel their embarrassment or their annoyance into fixing the problem. Give them room to fix the problem. Don't make a drama of it. You very rarely need to make a drama. Super important, when you fuck up, and you will, tell your team. There are 3 reasons for this. Number 1, they probably already know. Number 2, people respond very positively to leaders who admit their fuck-ups. If you keep on admitting fuck-ups, then you're probably incompetent and need to change jobs. But if you do a good job, except when you don't, people respect owning it. And the third, and by far the most important thing is, psychological safety again and again comes up as one of the things that makes teams work. People need to be able to admit they fucked up. If you, as the boss, find it embarrassing or difficult to admit your own fuck up, it is going to be twice as hard for your team who aren't the boss and don't have higher firepower. So if it's ever difficult for you, it's more difficult for them. Show the way. So often this is fine. Often everyone's on the same page. Everybody wants to make a good game. Sometimes people keep fucking up. Here are some really practical pieces of advice on how to deal with somebody who keeps fucking up. Don't procrastinate. If you leave the problem, it will just get worse. As soon as you have, and 3 is a good heuristic for a number of things to bring, 3 specific examples and then fucking up. And I mean specific, I don't mean I don't like your attitude, or I don't think your work is of a standard that we think we should be doing, or I mean, this thing happened, and you said you wouldn't do that, and you did. As soon as you have 3 specific things, sit down with them and talk about how you can make sure things are going to be different in the future. Come on with suggestions about how to change stuff, but listen to theirs. You never have the whole picture. Maybe they didn't fuck up, maybe they did, but there were reasons for it you're not aware of. Maybe they have a better idea of how to fix problems than you. And make sure when they leave the meeting, whatever steps you've taken to resolve it, there is at least one thing that they can focus on. Indie studios are places of complicated, intellectually demanding, absorbing work, where people think about a lot of stuff all the time. If you give them 5 things they need to do in order to fix the problems, they'll forget 4 of them before they're out of the room. They'll forget the rest of them by the following morning. Give them one thing they can focus on in between their other tasks, so it makes it possible and practical. You've got a team of 5. You're managing 5 people directly. I think 5 people is about the number you can manage directly. You should be having a one-on-one with them every week, and you should be spending probably half an hour. That means 2.5 hours a week. It means 10 hours a month. For an indie studio head, that is a lot of time. If you're anything like me, you can probably feel the creeping finger of panic at the idea that you're spending 10 hours of time away from doing the other things you need to do. But look at the middle bullet point. Remember, your job as a studio head is to manage information flow above everything else. And it's to make sure that everybody else works as effectively as they can. You can focus on your own work being as effective as it can be, or you can focus on 5 people's work being as effective as it can be. The multiplier effect is much more powerful. So one-on-ones take lots of time, but they are a really valuable way to spend your time. And here are 2 things about one-on-ones that I think people often get wrong. I've got them wrong in the past. Don't think because you're sitting at the desk next to somebody 40 hours of working week a week that you don't need one-on-ones. Let me say that without double negatives. If you're sitting next to somebody 40 hours a week, talking to them all the time, you still need one-on-ones. The kind of things they say to you when you're alone and not in front of a team will be different. There are things that they won't be comfortable raising in public. The kind of things they will say when you ask them specifically to reflect on what the problems are at the moment, how the thing worked out last week you agreed to do, are different from the kind of things they will think about when they're sitting staring at a copy of Unity trying to get the damn build to compile. So give them space to think about what their blockers, what their problems are, what the things in the studio you haven't noticed are, what the relationships with other people are, what their concerns about the upcoming deadline are. Give them time and space to tell you that. And secondly, don't skip one-on-ones. It's very easy to do. You've got lots of stuff you need to do. If you skip it, if you have to change it, schedule it the next fucking day or the next fucking afternoon. Because if you skip a one-on-one, you are saying to your report, you are not my top priority. And as a manager, your priority is your reports. You want to make sure they're as effective as possible. Talking of which, mammal warmth. One-on-ones are a really good way to build rapport. I could have said rapport. I really like the phrase mammal warmth because it annoyed the hell out of my old co-founder. But I like the greasy feel it gives. If you're working in a team of less than 24 people, it's very hard to hide bad news. And I've just spent several slides telling you how important it is to share information as effectively and constantly as possible. If you try to hide it, your left hand is fighting with your right. And you probably won't succeed. People who work in indie teams are smart. People who work in game dev generally are smart. It's an intellectually demanding job. People will gossip. People will find back channels to find information. They'll either find out the bad news you're trying to hide, or they'll make up worse bad news. And they won't trust you. And when you have to give them actual bad news publicly, they won't trust what you say about it. So be as transparent as you can at all times. Like a lot of other advice in this talk, it's not just about doing the right thing, although it is the right thing, it's also about doing the pragmatically best, most effective thing. It takes a lot of effort to hide information in a small team. Another pragmatically, another morally appropriate but also pragmatically useful thing is credit people by name. Not every sentence you give every time you mention the game, recite the list of credits, because that turns into an Oscar speech every time you open your mouth. But when somebody has done specific work, when somebody's responsible for a piece of really great art or UI work, when somebody's responsible for keeping the back end stable, and that's underappreciated because nobody ever looks at a really stable game and goes, wow, that's some great work as a player. Mention people by name, be generous. It costs you very, very little. It's always tempting as a studio head to get egocentric, and people really appreciate it when you don't. So back to doing well by doing good. Here are some ways to ensure that your team feels well treated and build rapport better. This is an unglamorous one. Every decision you make that affects how your team is going to interact, how the business is going to work, get it in fucking writing. And it doesn't have to be lawyered up. Obviously, often you want legal contracts, but if you just put something in an email so everybody understands what's going on, you're going to clear the ground for people having better relationships. Some concrete examples. Lots of teams get going, they make a game, people are coding together, they've got a prototype. It's going to be on Steam at some point, and there's the indie apocalypse, so we don't really know how much money there'll be in it, and it's a bit vague, and we'll decide how. Fuck that. If somebody offered you a job and you said, how much does it pay? And they said, oh, we'll work that out later. And you said, when do I get paid? When's payday? And they said, well, it'll be at some point. You shouldn't take the job, and you shouldn't make that arrangement with other people as well. Decide what the compensation is going to be for working on the project up front with your team. Be specific. IP assignment. You're all working on something, people are doing little bits of writing, somebody's done some art, it's all coming together. The game might never be finished, it might never be worth anything, so you haven't talked about whether the IP belongs to the company or the individuals. Get it in writing. Next week, somebody says, I think this really should be science fantasy, and somebody else says, no, we agreed it was film noir. How do you decide who's right, who owns the IP? One of you wants off the project. They still feel they have some sort of involvement with it because they draw that great art. You need to know who owns the IP. Even if you then do something generous, you need to have a firm basis to do something generous with. Lots of indie teams have loose structures. You get people who are core, you get people who are salaried employees, you'll get people who are doing bits of freelancing, you'll get people who have stock, you'll get people who are sort of hanging around, helping out. If you go to GDC with a colleague who's a freelancer and they want to give out business cards, whose business cards they're handing out? Are they promoting your company, or are they promoting their own freelance work? Both are perfectly reasonable approaches, but I've seen people fight over this because their expectations were different. You're at GDC on my dime, so you should be handing out my business cards. Well, I need to make a living. Make sure the relationship is clear. This one's lethal. We trust each other, so why do we need to put things in writing? If you are working with a trustworthy friend you've known for years who does not and will not screw you over, what happens when a close family member gets ill and they need to leave town and can't work on the project anymore? Maybe they do, and maybe you come to a really generous arrangement where they draw salary while they're off for 6 months, or they keep their interest in the project. But you need to have a firm basis to make that decision on. Agree it with them up front. Things that proper companies do and don't do, things that you might do. People need to get paid. There are a bunch of ways you can motivate people by paying them that aren't immediately obvious. The pink ones are things I tried at Failbetter. The lavender one, the attractive lavender one on the bottom left is something I wish I had tried at Failbetter. So I'll talk about that first. I think in an indie studio, people should know how much each other are paid. I chickened out of doing this at Failbetter and I regret it. It's hard to share this information. People generally know if somebody is paid what might seem to be over the odds, whether it's because they're a founder, or whether it's because they have an unusual skill set, or whether it's because you had to pay them to make them come on board more than you'd expect. People want to know that. If you get some sunlight on it, at least people have a chance of understanding it. Hiding information often breeds resentment. Lots of projects have revenue share arrangements. If you're running a studio, I kind of prefer having a profit pool for the whole company to revenue share for projects for a couple of reasons. One is that if the company does badly, it doesn't make much of a profit, you can just withhold the profit pool. But the other is that if you've got several projects people are working on, one of them makes all the money and one of them doesn't, that could breed resentment very quickly. If everybody gains something from the company doing well, everyone feels some participation in the business. When you motivate somebody by paying them, giving them a salary rise is quite an inefficient way to do it, because they get a salary rise, and the next month, that's the salary they've always had. You have to keep on giving them salary rise in order to keep on increasing their motivation, and that's usually not sustainable. Profit pools are nice because they happen once a year, because people get a burst of enthusiasm from knowing that they have benefited from the work they did over the course of the year. Minimum decent salary. This is one of the things we did at Failbetter that I believe they're still doing now, which I'm quite proud of. We decided a number that we needed to be able to pay people for them to have a fair shot at renting a reasonably nice place and being able to cover transport and not having to worry too much about money. We never paid anybody less than that once we'd established that policy, however junior they were. So that meant people understood we had a basic commitment to our staff's well-being. It meant that junior people at the start of their careers were living in relatively comfortable circumstances. And it meant that we could actually expect a better quality of work from people who didn't have to commute necessarily for the very long periods of time that you might need to do to live in London. So you'll notice I put that at the right-hand end of the cost axis because you can only do that if you're a reasonably successful studio. It's completely impractical for a starting out studio, but think about it. Talking of things that tend to be irrelevant to startups and very relevant to studios being going for a bit. Think about benefits. It's easy to think these are the things proper companies do, but there are reasons people want this stuff. Some countries it's more important than others. Some countries are better social security than others. Family friendliness is something that's very easy not to think about when you are starting out, especially if you have a young team, and it becomes more and more important as the years go on. Catches up with you. Sundersea wouldn't exist if we hadn't been a family-friendly company. I was having to pick my kid up at 3:30 and then work Saturdays. It's also a concrete, tangible signal you can send that you are interested in gender parity on your team, because disproportionately, although of course not exclusively, maternity leave tends to be a point of tension in companies. So it is that if you're interested in diversity, there's a tangible commitment you can make to say that women are welcome on your team. Right, a topic I have strong feelings on. This gentleman is Alexei Stakhanov. Alexei mined coal in Soviet Russia in the 50s. And on one occasion, he put a few hours extra in, he worked really hard. On a single shift, he mined 227 tons of coal, single-handedly He didn't, of course he didn't. He had a team of helpers. The thing was a propaganda operation to ensure, to encourage people all across the country to break their backs, putting in extra time. This obviously has some similarities to labour practices persistently in the software, in the games industry. The myth of the hero. And as I said at the beginning, all of us are subject to gravity. Just because you mean well doesn't mean that you are immune to the allure of crunch and the dangers of staff burning out. So I'm really proud of this. This is a thing I posted in the Slack channel and found better when Son of Sea was nearly done. People responded very well to it. The game launched on time and did well. But this is the key point. I could give that speech because the hay was in the barn, because the game was in a place to be released. If I decided the game actually needed 8 more weeks' work and we wanted to launch in 2 weeks, I couldn't have given that speech. 20 years ago, somebody said this to me. I've never forgotten it. The point at which you decide to crunch as a team is not 2 weeks from release when you say, well, can you put in a few hours extra at the weekend? It's when you don't build an accurate enough schedule, or when you don't require your team to build an accurate enough schedule. And don't get me wrong, estimation is fucking hard. I've been making software for 20 years. I'm still not very good at estimating time. There were a couple of good talks yesterday about people having problems with estimation. It's difficult to do. I've got some tips about doing it, but first of all, I want to address this. It's a very tempting myth. You have to bleed into your keyboard, or the magic phoenix of art won't arise. Nobody says this. Nobody says this. Buildings are late, but nobody pretends you can't schedule a building. And nobody thinks the Moscone Centre is less complicated than the average game. I do not believe that the human body is less complicated than the average game. All these are complex, difficult fields of endeavour. All of them people have to estimate for. We can estimate for things. We can build better schedules. The fact that it's difficult should not dissuade us from trying because it's vital. And if you don't believe me, believe this man. Google it. You may have seen this on Gama Sutra a year or 3 ago. Money points there are, crunch generally makes things worse. Of course, if you manage to drag the game over the finish line, you'll feel you saved it. Maybe if you hadn't crunched, it would have been a better game. It's very hard to say that. But again and again, Tazor found that of the 770 projects his team reviewed, ones where people had crunched did worse. And crunch fucks people up. Look at this. Health, productivity, relationships, morale, employee engagement, even increases the risk of alcohol abuse. So don't do that. The reason, there are lots of reasons, but the biggest reason that we are so bad as humans, as game developers, as software developers, at estimating stuff, is that estimation is something you tend to do at the beginning of a project or a sprint, and then you don't think about it again until you next estimate something, and you don't know whether or not the estimate was right the first time. So in terms of the iteration loop, in terms of improving your skills, it's very hard to do. So fix the loop. At the end of every sprint, you assume you're using some sort of agile methodology, or every month, some other time period if you're not. Look at the estimates you did in the previous sprint. See how accurate they were. Use that information to feed into your next set of estimates and make sure your team does the same. Nobody wants to. It's one of the least fun parts of game development, but it stops people crunching. It's like flossing. Nobody enjoys it. Here are 3 ways to try to make people, including you, do it and do it a bit better. First thing, another pithy adage from Lottie, which really struck home to me when I first heard it. You can be in the business or you can be on the business. It's very hard to be both at the same time. You want, ideally, somebody who is on the business, looking at the big picture, thinking about deadlines and estimates, and people who are in the creative and technical trenches. Ideally, then, you want a producer or a project manager or somebody who's interested in the biz side. If you're in a small team, you can't always get that. That's life. In that case, put your producer hat on maybe 1 day a week. Stop thinking about when you're going to add this feature and exactly how the code is going to work. Pull back, look at the estimates, look at the deadlines, don't put it off. Top down and bottom up, everyone's bad at estimating. I got better at estimating when I started thinking top down, okay, this level will take 3 days. Other similar things have taken about 3 days. Bottom up, also, this level contains these many assets. Each of those takes that many hours. Add 10% for this, add 15% for that. Okay, these are ballpark the same. Let's meet in the middle. It's a really fudgy way of doing it, but it gives you a basic cross-sanity check. And any estimate is always better than no estimate. That's really important. The third thing is a dirty trick to use in your team. When they say, oh, I don't know, how long does art take? And you say, okay, well, I put that on our Steam page. How long does art take? Release date, I don't know. And at that point, they may, as they often did, but so I left Fail Better, say, fuck you, Kennedy, I know what you're doing. But often it was, fuck you, Kennedy, I know what you're doing. Okay, it'll be 5 to 10 days, but don't hold me to that. Brilliant, 5 to 10 days. There's more information than you had 2 minutes ago. Also, next time round, you say, last time you said 5 to 10 days, and they say, oh yeah, actually it was about 6 days, so it's a bit pessimistic, maybe I can work with that. Most important thing about schedules, this 20% contingency. You put together a schedule, it's 100 days, you've only got budget for 90 days worth of work, you need 20% contingency because people say that's a good heuristic. Broadly speaking, you can expect that kind of overrun. So you put in 5% contingency, 105 is closer to 90. Remember deadlines. Remember deadlines are sharks or lions. Contingency is time you put in a project for the stuff that will go wrong that you don't expect. And you can't know it to be 20%, but after 2 decades of making software and having talked to a bunch of other people who do the same, 20% is broadly speaking, the number that keeps coming up for this kind of thing. Not, yeah, some of you recognizing some of this stuff. Not you're a bit slow or you're a bit lazy or you could have worked harder, but shit happens that you cannot predict. It doesn't snow in England. It snowed in England over Christmas and I lost 2 days because I had to look after my kid for 2 days out of a 10-day sprint. 20% contingency. The only chart in this, I'm very proud of this. This is headcount at Fail Better during the time I was there. Only one person ever resigned because they actually, their spouse got a dream job in the US and they had to move away. We lost 3 people in 2012 because the company was 6 weeks away from not making payroll and had to lay people off. Some things about that. You want to retain people if you possibly can because the longer they're with the company, the more valuable they are. You treat people decently. This is the doing well by doing good thing, right? If you may build a human studio, people are more likely to stay. And every time an employee of 2 years or 3 years or 5 years standing walks out of the studio, they have a head full of detailed information and knowledge about the processes, relationships they've built with other people, understanding of how the team works, all this stuff. You want to keep that. People get more valuable as they go on. People will eventually move on, and you need to bring in fresh blood, but keep people as long as you can. And if people know that you're making keeping them a priority, then they will trust you more. Sometimes shit goes wrong and you run out of money. Here is some basic advice for the day that as a studio head you will probably have to face at some point. Get it done quickly. Do not leave people lingering. Give them an answer as soon as you can and get it over with. Think about how not to have a colleague walking past a desk table full of other colleagues, island table full of other colleagues, carrying a cardboard box and weeping. If you have to send people to lunch early, or you have to meet with somebody early in the morning so you avoid the humiliation of the last day people will remember at your team, find ways to do that. Never say this. It's not true. If you are letting somebody go, you still have a job and they don't, and if you tell them that it's hurting you more than them, they won't react well and they shouldn't react well. And really important, when you are interacting with the people on your team who may become friends, who may invite to your house, whose shoulder you may cry on and who may cry on your shoulder, always remember that you may have to have this conversation with them. So I ran Fail Better for 7 years, and it was my dream job for a lot of that time. And towards the end of that time, I became aware gradually that I wasn't having fun anymore. I had lost track of why I was doing what I was doing. I was spending less and less time doing hands-on work, more and more time doing managing managers. And the thing about metal fatigue, the thing about chronic human fatigue is it builds up over time. I've been running the studio for 7 years. Some of it have been very tough times indeed. And I gradually started to realize I wasn't enjoying it. And then I quite suddenly realized I wasn't enjoying it at all. So I decided really quite suddenly to leave. It took me a week of thinking and soul searching, having serious conversations, and then I wanted out. Because I wanted to do something with very little responsibility, doing the Ronin year I mentioned at the beginning, working for larger studios. And I wanted to do smaller projects I was more hands-on with again. But we had a problem. And this is one of these problems that's theoretical and sounds like a great problem to have until it happens. I wanted to walk away. I owned most of the studio. There wasn't enough money in the studio to buy me out. We did have a couple of preliminary conversations about selling the studio, but nobody wanted to be sold. So what did we do? Fuck it. Boo fucking who. I only get 360k pounds. It's still more money than I expected to see in my life, honestly. I left a lot of money on the table so that the company could continue to exist without going bankrupt. Because priorities. Because you decide at the beginning whether you're in this to make a lot of money or whether you're in this to build a human studio. You decide which is safety, fun, and profit.
Make a bunch of money.
And I think this is true.
Once I got that,
This may be
then,
relevant to you someday.
I'll figure something else
The
out.
fact
But
that you being in the studio at the start doesn't mean that you are all.
I really want money. I don't want to be poor.
Quick advice:
Sick of being poor. Let's make money.
plan for it. Get a shareholders agreement or whatever the equivalent is in your country.
I'll deal with the
Just in
morals
case you need
later.
to leave. Don't make the mistake I made as a typical founder mistake of acquiring jobs over time, accruing things I didn't quite trust to give away, so the fatigue built up. Keep your email addresses for your company and your home address separate. I nearly didn't come to the US to do this talk because my ESTA, ESTA reminder went to my old Failbetter address, my personal address. And my ex-wife still gets mail addressed to Failbetter, which annoys her to this day. So keep it separate, even if you're convinced you're going to stay with the company forever. It's just good sense. And do think of it like a divorce. It's going to be weird when you walk away, even if you do it on amicable terms. Always, always keep track of this. Why you are in it, what it's for. Illustrative statistic about probably the number of things you'll want to do on any given day or any given week running an indie studio. Illustrative statistic about the number of things you will actually get to do. Time or resources or energy. 100 minus 5. So you are going to have to reject most of the things you want to do. And either you can let that happen by accident, you can just let it fall on the floor, or you can decide which things to drop. So decide which things you focus on. Make that a conscious decision. Know you cannot do everything, and fix on it. And here, if you remember nothing else from this talk, are the 5 things I think are most important. Have a fucking budget. If you already have one, great. If you think you'll get around to one, do it before you write another line of code. Never forget why you are running a studio. Making games for a living is the how, it's not the why. If you fuck up, own it now. Put everything in writing, and not 10% contingency, 20 fucking %. And that's it. Subliminal message.
We probably have time for 1 or 2 questions. If you'd like to ask Alexis a question, please come to the mic in the middle there. And I have one myself.
Go.
So on your list of new priorities, it's the hands-on auteur kind of thing for your new studio. Does that mean that you're trying to hand off more of the studio head kind of things to other people in the team so that you can do more of the direct design, direct hands-on work?
So right now, what I'm doing is the team is on this stage and in the front row. There's 2 full-timers and half a dozen freelancers. So we're working more with freelancers, which keeps the studio small, and it means that there's less management involved. In the longer term, I want to grow. And I think, yes, one of the mistakes I made at Fail Better was not handing enough. It was a little bit of a benevolent autocracy. And I think that what I said about giving people responsibility also applies to management responsibility.
Okay. You go ahead.
You mentioned one-on-ones being a really important thing.
Yeah.
Sitting down, taking time with people. Can you give me like an example, like 1 or 2 examples of questions or topics that you brought up that you felt?
Yes, so there's two things you should do. And this will basically get you three questions, really. One is how's things? But the 2 questions to ask people are, what problems do you have right now? Because everybody has problems, and everybody, if they don't have problems, they'll invent them, they want to talk about them. So ask people what problems they have, what's stopping them doing their job. I'd ask them, the problems we talked about last week that we agreed these things to fix, how did that work out? Because it's very easy to forget doing that. It's very easy not to plan for one-on-ones and just kind of say, how's things, what are the problems? And then people feel like they mention the same problems week to week, and you don't address them. So specifically address the things you raised the previous week.
Okay, thank you.
Great talk. Hi. I had a question about fucking up. You talked a lot about the idea of being comfortable saying when you fucked up, but on the flip side of being comfortable being able to tell somebody like, you know, you fucked up, don't do it again kind of thing. My experience shows that fucking up is never black and white. And there's a lot of gray areas where somebody doesn't think that they fucked up, but you think that they fucked up. And that whole realm of gray areas. Just curious about your thoughts on that.
My thoughts are it's a whole other talk, honestly. Okay. I was aware that's the simplifications. I did that slide, and when I was rehearsing it, I was very conscious of it. But it's the key point, I think, that you have to be open about this stuff is the most important bit. But you're absolutely right. You may be wrong when you think somebody's fucked up. You both may be going in a different direction. You may not have the whole picture, all this sort of stuff. And yeah, a whole other talk. I don't have anything useful to say over the next 2 minutes.
I think being open, I think that is...
yeah, I think that's it really, is people have to be able to talk about this stuff. And the moment anybody feels criticism is shut down, the moment anybody feels that it's not possible to point out things being wrong, that's when the studio starts to rot from the feet up.
Right, thanks.
Yeah, that's got to be our last question.
Okay.
Sorry, if you have further questions for Alexis, please come up to the front, and if we need to, we can take it to a wrap-up room. And make sure that you fill out your email surveys to give Alexis feedback on his talk. But before we go, let's give him one last round of applause.
Curses, there's always one. Hi everyone, morning, welcome to day 2. I hope you weren't all drinking too much. First day GDC parties are always a thing, right? Hi, my name's Danny, and I am literally from the other side of the world. That's 36 hours of travel every year for GDC. It's good fun. I'm from South Africa. I run a studio there called QCF Design, and I'm also part of a thing called Make Games SA, which is our South African game development community. We're busy starting an industry body, and we're doing all sorts of cool things there. We've gone from, I think it was like 25 people employed in the games industry in South Africa 5 years ago to 250, so we're doing pretty well. In 2011, a prototype called Desktop Dungeons did that and won an IGF award and like changed the future of my company forever, which was pretty cool. Desktop Dungeons actually ended up finally releasing.
I played that game. Alright, this one is Shipping Kill Studios, a study of indie team dynamics. Another hour. Do I want to do another hour? Just check every time. Like I was saying, it's a good way to pass the time. It also, like, I don't know. When I watch stuff like this, I forget that I'm passing time, right? I don't know. It makes it a lot easier to do more and more time, as opposed to like music or just streaming, where I'll usually just get bored, like extra fast, right? But these really help. So I think I might put this on YouTube just for the. I don't think it's that bad, but I don't think I'm going to do it again because it just feels weird. But I do like it, and I think it's a good like thing to at least show, once what is normal. I think this is more normal than streaming. If you want, this is what I would normally do. So might as well include that, right? And the different things I'll watch. There's just a ton of stuff. I constantly collect stuff. I just use the watch later thing on YouTube. Anytime you see a video I love like anything that's an hour or longer, I see that kind of catches my interest in the sidebar, I'll hit it with the watch later button. And then once it goes through the watch later, if I really like the content, then I will go to their channel, I'll bookmark it into like a special tab, which I just call the watch later tab. And then I'll go through their channel and pick out more stuff. And yeah, by the time I actually get to that part of the watch later again, because there's always like 200 videos on my watch later list. By the time I get to it, and I finish it, I just go back to the bookmark and just add the new stuff, right? Or anything that I might have missed up, I skipped over before. So that's usually how I do it. It's pretty easy to find a good amount of content. I think the thing that I've been struggling with that I want to do better with is actually doing things like Netflix and movies. I bet if I just got into the habit. But usually when I watch Netflix or movies, I'd want to like pay more attention to the screen. So I don't do it too often, but it is a nice habit to form. If you're going to be spending all day watching Netflix, you can do that and work at the same time. It's just a nice habit to get sometimes. I don't know. Then again, on the other side of it, sometimes you just want to watch Netflix and chill, lay down. Anyway, let's do one more and then I think call it at that point. It'll be 2 o'clock. And my butt hurts. So I think I got 1 more hour in me.
On Steam in 2013 and made its way to Android and iOS last year. But that's not what this talk is about, unless you really want to buy my game, in which case feel free, and I'll stop talking. This talk is about shipping games, or at least the impact that shipping games has on indie developers like us. It seems that everybody has some sort of horror story about shipping something. I mean, I know that Desktop Dungeons could colloquially be described as having an aftermath. And chatting to indies for advice about what was happening to us once we finished shipping made me realize there's a lot to talk about here. And I think it's really important that as indies we get a better handle on this stuff because, hey, shipping games is a pretty large part of what we want to do. If shipping is the worst thing in the world, your studio is not going to survive very long. So, in the interest of science, I augmented my sort of like off-the-cuff chatting to people like, hey, I'm feeling down, what do I do? With developers, and added 18 interviews with developers, sort of like really formal things, recorded them and everything, ranging in experience from like 0 games shipped to tens of games shipped, so kind of the whole gamut. I also chatted to a few publishers to try and get their angle on these things, and after that, I turned the interviews into a series of questions that I lobbed at another further 45 developers to get their thoughts on the things that the interviews had highlighted as important areas. And now this can be a pretty loaded topic. Like, if everybody has a terrifying story about shipping their game, chances are they feel quite strongly about it. And there are some pretty hectic memories. So the whole point of this was to isolate learning from those events as opposed to like make them identifiable. So I tend to talk in the immediate person, and I only show graphs when they can be fully anonymized. And I'm not providing any information that was given to me in confidence because I trust and respect the people who told me things that they probably shouldn't have told me. So time for some background. For the context of this talk, shipping a game is mostly from the indie perspective. I'm not talking about the AAA kind of pump and dump cycle. That's a completely different thing. It's terrible, and hopefully it makes more indies. Also, shipping is a nice problem to have. One of the reasons we probably don't talk about that this much is because in the industry, 90% of games don't ship. And they don't ship for a whole host of reasons, and sorting out those problems up front is probably a really, really good focus point. But if we want longevity, if we want to avoid what people are talking about next door, we need to get better at shipping. And one of the things that came out of this is that shipping is a relatively long process. So as a starting point, I said, cool, shipping is when the game is first released to the public. So when players can first download your game, or can first buy your game as a finished product. And it ends when in-house development ceases. So that includes porting and bug fixing and everything. At some point, everybody has a stage where they can say, I'm putting this game to bed, it's done. Maybe they revisit it every once in a while, but usually it's done. And shipping tends to vary in impact quite hugely depending on the experience levels of the team working on it. So if you've shipped a lot of games before, probably your next ship is not going to be terrible. And shipping isn't uploading a game to a store and kind of just hoping, and that happens a lot. Like, I know in South Africa, that's kind of like the major issue that we have. That's literally just putting something out there and Shipping is the point at which business intersects most strongly with game development. So if you're not thinking about business and the business impacts of your actions, you're not shipping a game. And shipping isn't early access. I know I'm going to get questions about this later, but early access is a preamble to shipping. Yes, some of the things you're doing are putting the game in front of people, and now you're dealing with player responses, and you have to deal with tech support, and you have to handle a whole bunch of issues, but that's not, you're still in this creative development mode. You're not really like focusing very much on the business angle of things. And early access often tends to suffer when you focus on polishing your game. Players tend not to like that because you're not giving them this drip feed of new content all the time. You're just making that content look slightly better, and the menus have less bugs and stuff like that. That's not really fun. And even if you do early access, you're still going to do some kind of full launch later. That is the point of shipping in a project like that. So shipping is a process. It starts well before release day. You start thinking about how you make this game ready to release, instead of what you can add and what new cool things you can change and how you can make this better or whatever. You're literally just like, what is the product we can put out there? And often this is the point at which development stops being fun for a lot of indies because, you know, face it, feature cuts aren't joyful. Like, maybe they are, but generally they're not. The game, once the game gets to players, that's sort of just the tip of the iceberg. So shipping continues after release. Now you have commitments. You've got to keep this game going. You have players that have paid you money for what you've been putting out there. And also shipping seems to be difficult for everybody, or at least difficult for the developers I spoke to. These are the morale level responses in the questionnaire for both a team and individual perspective on your morale at the start of a project, halfway through, 2 months before shipping, date of shipping, 2 months after, and then like putting the project to bed. There's a definite downward trend, and I mean, it's difficult to compare a 6-month game project to a 5-year project, so we had relative cycles. There's a definite downward trend in morale, although being in a team does seem to have a stabilizing influence, seeing as individual morale tended to be more negative than the perceived enthusiasm of the teams that people were part of. So people who were having really negative experiences said their teams were more positive than they were. So teams tended to lift people up. And also sometimes you would have people with like wildly varying levels of morale at different times in the project, and their teams were always a lot more stable, apparently. The thing about shipping is that no team survives. Even if being in a team helps and the same people stick together, their roles will have changed drastically because shipping is a different thing. And this is the part that kills studios. Either you embrace these changes that your team is going to have to go through and you survive, or you don't. So the reasons teams change is because a team is going to have to suddenly start performing really different tasks to what they've been doing for most of the cycle of development before. These graphs, I don't know how readable they are, show the relative experience levels from the questionnaire in the skill categories that we identified via the interviews. So we have programming, the classics, programming, content development, game design, testing and QA, project management and human resources, community management, PR and marketing, business development, and tech support. I don't think it's a surprise that there's a serious skewing towards the front of that list. Most of us are developers. We focus on the development side. And this is even more obvious in teams that have never shipped a game before. The numbers of answers where people said they had absolutely no experience in the bottom half there, kind of interesting and a little bit scary. And the skills that have the least experience in this graph are the ones that are only really necessary once normal development stops. Once you stop kind of building your content, then you have to focus on your PR and marketing and your business development and your tech support. And if a team hasn't recognized that these responsibilities are going to change as the project sort of moves towards a shipping conclusion, that's going to cause a lot of problems. One of the things that happens is that development becomes support. So, hands up everyone that loves bug hunts. Yeah, okay. You're all going to be super popular later. So just everybody sitting around them remember who did that. You have customers now, and you owe them a fully functioning product. Otherwise, Steam refunds and everybody dies. You have to keep that going. If you don't support, your game suffers in sales, your reputation goes down, your visibility goes down. Obviously, that's a terrible thing. So support switches programming tasks into this bug finding and killing mode from the fun development mode. And not just for a little while. It goes into that mode for the rest of the lifetime of that game. And testing is really, really difficult to keep up. So in interviews, everybody mentioned the importance of testing. Every change you make needs to be tested absolutely exhaustively before you can release a patch. Otherwise, all you're doing is making more testing work for yourself and more patching work for yourself. And yeah, you think you've tested before. Once you release a game, testing is a completely different procedure. And there's a major difference between experienced and new to shipping teams. You could tell instantly who had done what based on how they approached testing. And this isn't like saying experienced teams have less bugs. Sometimes they have more. It's literally just that experienced teams have a very, very, very different approach to testing than inexperienced teams. And, support means talking to pretty horrible people. You're generally speaking to the angriest players in your player base, which is not the best thing in the world. Design starts becoming public relations. And in a way, design becomes basically apologizing for things. You're no longer solving interesting problems. You're not designing the huge fun things that the game was built around. And in fact, you can pretty much never change those again. You're stuck with them. So you end up justifying the old solutions that you came up with. Sometimes that's through, support emails where you try and explain stuff to people, or literally through band-aids in code or in your design or in your UI, things that you need to support a decision you made in the past. And maybe you have a better idea now, but changing it is probably going to impact the game in a much larger way than you would like to. This is a bit like thousands of the worst customer emails ever. All the memes where people are like, make it green, change that. It's not good fun. And copywriting versus kind of design documentation management is just not the same. It's a completely different skill. And you have to produce a lot of PR emails and marketing copy, and basically that's just finding 15,000 different ways to say the same thing, as opposed to finding ways to communicate about development stuff to the rest of your team. And marketing loses immediacy. So you're never going to be a new game again, so press care about you a hell of a lot less. So once your game comes out, yay, press attention. Once your game is out for a long time, try getting more press attention. And everything is work to create that press attention. You have to come up with new stories, you have to come up with new ways to try and get people interested. It's tricky. And a launch spike makes all your other kind of long-term marketing look kind of bad. The very necessary marketing work you do need to do feels less and less effective because you're comparing your spikes to your baseline, unless you're a perfectionist. And this is where the actual skill of marketing comes in. Up until this point, you could get away with regular development updates and, you know, pretending to be a marketing campaign. But here, this point is where marketing stops being a side effect of other work, and it becomes a job all on its own. That's a different set of skills. And obviously, this causes problems. As the demands on a team change and people start doing jobs they're not used to or may not even understand 90% of the time, obviously things go wrong. So, caveat briefly here. If your game flops, you probably don't have to deal with the things I'm about to explain, but you have a completely different set of problems. So like, yay! One of the biggest things people complained about was a feeling of a lack of creativity. Creative coders and designers often chafe against the boringness of support tasks, and support can just feel really stagnant. People want to work on the next game or new prototypes or the next thing, whatever it is, and it's difficult to abandon something, especially once you've shipped it and it's earning income for your team. And burnout often just adds up. Very few people know how to deal with burnout effectively. If you crunch super hard before launch, obviously that makes everything worse. The pressure that you built up doesn't get a chance to abate in constructive ways. Everybody's still kind of angry at each other. And the pressure of making a ship date can often sweep issues under the rug. So, like, teams kind of just tend to ignore things that have gone wrong, hoping that, like, once we ship, we'll fix it. It'll be fine. We'll all go away and hot tub and everybody will love each other again. And those things do come back to bite you later. And post-launch depression definitely exists. I wish you could see some of the comments we got about this. Some people are lucky and they don't experience it personally, but when you're looking at it from a studio perspective and you have more than one person in your team, it's definitely real. And you just release something that carries expectations. Those expectations are sometimes different, and often they're not met. And the resulting lull after development can be pretty depressing, especially if you're not actually in a lull and you're scrambling to do things that you didn't know how to do before that are different to what you did while you were working on the game. And finally, there are people. Chances are, if your job involves staring at a screen all day, you might not be a people person. And support often means really, really angry people. And dealing with that is never that much fun. You know, we used to have a saying, love and tolerate the shit out of people. And that is often tricky. And people write things about you and your work. Reviews and opinions can definitely impact team morale. And everybody's reading them even if they say they're not. You know, it's like, oh, I'll just ignore what's going on sneakily off to Reddit, see what people say. And they never say nice things. Or when they do, you never notice. And all of these stuff kind of snowball and hit small teams much harder. If your team was built to do development work, it'll have development skills. And when shipping happens and your skill needs change, as they do, it'll have to scramble to meet the needs. If you don't hire new people, this is like super harsh. And less people to man the ramparts means if something breaks, you have less options for people to go away on holiday, to recoup, to do anything different, because somebody has to be there in case things hit the fan. And when you do start a new game, working on it will never be the same as previously when you didn't have something to support. So now any new game you make has some kind of thing in the background that always needs your attention. You basically have a baby, and it needs its diapers changed, and it needs to be taken to school, and it needs to have sleepovers with its friends, and all sorts of things like that. That is the weirdest analogy for bundling I've ever thought of. Okay. But the biggest issue with all of this is that people expect things to be very, very different when they ship a game. So shipping is kind of this like inflection point in a studio's lifetime. And it definitely is, but not for the reasons that people think. The reason skill changes are so damaging is because the skill change is unexpected and people were like literally hoping for this massive amount of relief. This is a graph of the most common expectations that respondents had about shipping their games. People who'd never shipped a game before on the left and multi-shippers on the right. By the time a game ships, teams really are carrying a lot of assumptions about what shipping means. Often it's pretty cathartic. And there's a big skewing towards people wanting to be done with a project after they ship. You can see that in the number of people who are talking about moving on to new projects. The sense of closure was a really big one. And also freedom to leave or start over or join a new team. Those are all about getting out of the current situation. So it's kind of like a certain level of unhappiness with what's currently going on. And the fact that community management and tech support isn't like at 100% is really weird. Like, who doesn't expect to do tech support when they ship a game? And if you do, yeah. So experienced developers ship games easier, and here's what those I studied do to mitigate the issues that I just talked about. They seriously engage in hardcore expectation management. I know that sounds like marketing speak, and it kind of is, but expectation management is a thing. Just being aware of what shipping entails and being realistic about that makes life a lot easier. You don't get blindsided by the same problems. There are new problems, but they're kind of less big if they're not on top of the other ones as well. And they track perceptions of success. This is a thing that I think really kind of took me a while to understand, is that different people in your team have different goals. They have different ideas of success. And those change massively per person. Some people are going to be like, I want the art to be absolutely amazing. Other people care about making sure that your players are super happy. Other people only care about like finances or review scores or whatever. And it's totally cool to track all of those. But as somebody running a studio or somebody as part of a team, you need to kind of be aware of what other people care about as success in your team. And you need to make sure that you, as a team, define your own success, so that you can look back after you've shipped your game or while you're shipping your game and say, hey, we're hitting this success factor, we're hitting this, we're doing this. We can remind ourselves, because everybody always expects their game to do better than it does, no matter how well it does. Everybody always expects it to do better. As long as you have those milestones and those ideas of this is what success means to us, you can remind yourself, and that keeps people a lot more grounded and keeps people a lot happier. And they also plan for what happens after they ship their game. And they plan realistically. Like I said before, a lot of people assume that, hey, I'm going to ship my game and we'll be able to like hang out as friends again and life will be good and we'll be happy and, you know, sunflowers, roses, and pineapples. I don't know where the pineapples came from. Cool. But experienced developers don't see shipping as this big cliff where sort of everything stops and they're like, oh, relief. They plan ahead. So they plan as though they're going to need to ship again and again and again. They want to ship more than one game. So they need to keep that planning going. They also tend to have some pretty good systems around support and testing. A good support ticketing system will lower your load or the impact of any kind of support load immensely. And a good system will let team members work together to fix issues and tag each other and all sorts of things. And there's loads of systems out there. I'm not going to do a laundry list of the things you should use. Just try them. See which ones work for your team. And they make life a lot easier. And again, testing and how testing was handled across teams was a major differentiator in levels of team morale and happiness and how well people felt they were doing with their next games as well. Teams that liked shipping had super robust testing in QA. Internally, externally, paid, it didn't matter. And these are pretty small indie teams that do paid external QA. But they tested for bugs and issues all the time. Teams that had a hard time shipping were blindsided by testing all the time. And they only set up things towards the end of like a long process of shipping when they were already annoyed and they were already tired and they already felt like this shouldn't be a thing that they're actually doing. And, you know, business is important. This is where the business part of the games industry gets the most real for your studio. So you have to know where the money, if any, if you make some, is going and how. If you don't know how people are going to get money, how your investors are going to get paid, what your bonus cycles are, everything, if you don't have that lined up, and before you actually start money, or start making money, negotiations when dollars hit the fan are going to be absolutely terrible. And you really need proper contracts. Contracts give you the security of knowing what everybody's job is, what people's responsibilities are. You have to know those up front. That's what contracts allow you to do. If you're not sure whose job it is to like make sure the servers are running, if you don't know who's responsible for all your tech support and responsible for the marketing, that's going to be a problem. And also, you kind of have to be aware that now that you're thinking in a business mode of your game, things might well go wrong. And this is the time when that's most likely to happen. Due to all the other stresses we had, or that we mentioned, and the things that might go wrong, and the way that the team might be thinking about stuff, this is when shit hits the fan. And it's a time of really, really huge change. So make sure that if things do change, you're not just going to shut down and die and everybody's going to hate each other. And I don't know how obvious this is, but other people in companies are suddenly going to do their darndest to earn money from you. And that means everything from like G2A spam emails and, you know, streamers asking for thousands of keys to people literally just trying to like scam you and get you into weird bundles and whatever. Sometimes these things are fair and they're good opportunities. Sometimes they're completely unfair and they're terrible opportunities. You've got to be prepared to be able to handle that. Don't just take every opportunity that you see. Don't just be like, yeah, we're going to bundle right now. It's going to be the best idea. Chances are it's not going to solve whatever problem is preventing your game from succeeding. Experienced developers tend to think in terms of teams, mostly because teams can do so much more than people on their own. Even solo developers often have people that they're working with. They have contractors. They have acquaintances that often, you know, rock up and help them out, and they feed them, or whatever their agreement is.
Nothing.
We had very, very few respondents who only had like, it's me working on my game. I'm some kind of crazy superstar.
I'm a crazy superstar.
And teams are an exponential multiplier on the amount of work that goes into a game and the amount of the outcome that effort has. So make sure that the team that just made this cool thing, this game that you're thinking about shipping or that you're near to shipping now, make sure that that team can still survive and ship another thing, because chances are you're pretty good at working together now. Sometimes that means you need to sort of take a back seat from the individual perspective and think of things as a team instead of just like, I'm annoyed about this. And also, everyone interviewed mentioned how team communication was really, really important. And it was really interesting hearing how different developers were talking about their teams and talking about how their team interaction worked. And this isn't just
like some sort of Looney Tunes
friendliness, but from a trust perspective.
Style.
A team that trusts each
Not
other can
realistic.
critique each other, and they will always work better together. And don't let things build up. Handle your problems early, as soon as they appear. A lot of times, especially while you're like crunching or you're chipping and things are bad, you'll let these things build up and kind of sweep them under the rug, like I said before. That's gonna come back and bite you later on.
I'm just, gonna do what's here.
If these things are recurring, consider making pretty large changes to your team or to the team structure itself to make sure that they don't keep coming back. You know, if you've taken steps to try and solve something and the real reason is something else, don't assume that doing the same thing again is going to have an impact. And these can be difficult conversations, but everybody said they will always be way more difficult if you leave them later. They don't get easier if you leave people alone. And sometimes you need to be aware that your team is going to grow. In fact, all the time, you need to be aware that your team is going to grow. You're going to be working with different people. You're going to be working with contact people in terms of distribution, people in terms of marketing, etc. So your team is going to get larger. How you communicate and how you handle that is a pretty good indicator of shipping success. Teams that were okay with embracing more people and were welcoming to those people were much more likely to succeed and to stay around after their game finished. So what lessons can we take from this sort of stuff that I've been talking about in terms of what can we do explicitly to make shipping easier for all of our studios? I hope you've noticed that I talk about skills a lot in this talk. And mostly that's because the skills that people require to ship a game are very, very different to what development needs generally are. So you can get away with building a game with none of these skills for ages. That's cool. But when the skills, when you start shipping and you need these skills, you have to find them, or hire them, or build them inside your team. Whatever you need to do, you need to start thinking about, cool, we need people that can handle PR. We need people that can handle HR and deal with the burnout factor. That shipping is an entirely different job, and that needs a different team. And perspective on these things is everything. I mean, there are detail-oriented programmers out there, the people with their hand up earlier, who don't want to necessarily be working on gameplay code. They're great at handling bugs, and you can sort of think of it as people who would rather race cars or people who would tune them up. There's a big difference in perspective between those things. And those people see cars as completely different things, but we're like, so like, yeah, it's a car, okay. That perspective is really important. If you can find somebody who has a different perspective on the sorts of skills and the problems that your team is having, life is better. And it's your job to get these two kinds of programmers, and by extension, these two kinds of people working on everything, you know, HR, etc., to play together well. I mean, that's why this is a team sport. There are people out there who will positively love every sort of interaction that your team seems to hate. And if your team hates something, it's actually an opportunity to do something crazy well. It's an opportunity to succeed, because chances are if you hate it, other people are going to hate it too, and therefore their game's not going to do very well. Or you can do something better than their game isn't doing. And finding the right skills or the right person for a specific job like that is often this rocket fuel motivation that takes your team to another level of building stuff. Instead of being super drained by the act of shipping, that can energize everyone. And yeah, you kind of have to allow people to change. As you go through a long development cycle, people's needs are going to change. People's approaches to what they enjoy or what they dislike are going to change. Sometimes people will say like, yeah, sure, I'll try this task. I'll try like being the tech support person or being a bug ninja. Maybe they don't like it. That's okay. Maybe their needs have changed so much that they no longer want to be a part of the project and they leave. That's okay too. These things happen. And business, again, like I said, is what shipping is all about. Generally, people who had a biz dev perspective really enjoyed shipping. Often this is where publishers were most useful to indie studios, because they provided a business development angle, and publishers live to ship. And from a business perspective, your studio is a garden, so it puts out what you plant in it. The people who've shipped 20 plus games talk about projects in very different ways to people who've never shipped a game before. The super shippers, they're positive, and yeah, they're nervous and they're anxious about success and they're worried about what their game might earn, but they believe in what they're doing, and they can tell you exactly why what they're doing is a good idea, realistically. And they will talk about things you have never thought of. And, you know, again, crunch is bad. Crunch is bad. Okay. Many people I spoke to missed their own launch parties. Because they were developing until like the final moment of release and then carrying on after that. It's terrifying. And while crunching is probably inevitable if you're not a very experienced team, it means you failed at management. Just crunch is bad. Don't do it. And there's very little to commend crunch. Most people said it was way better to push back their release date and release much later than to crunch for months to hit something that they thought was crazy important. Crunch changes perspectives from producing quality to producing output. And that's a bad thing. You're never going to ship something when you're just trying to produce output. Burnout, when coupled with crunch, is even worse. So one of the tricks is to manage developer burnout upfront. Some studios had multiple teams and obviously workers with different kind of skill loadouts. Think of different characters in an RPG. And they would cycle people on and off of their projects because of it. Others would mandate time off after shipping. Everyone I spoke to, literally everyone, gave at least 2 weeks of paid leave after a game shipped at different times. Most did more. And you don't want to kind of force people to come back to work. It's much better to wait until people are literally going crazy because they haven't built something in like a few weeks than to try and force everybody to sit down and like, yeah, come up with the next prototype. Come on, do it. And so the next thing is to think in terms of the long term. We asked a lot of questions about where people got mentorship from and the sorts of questions they asked. And there was an interesting skew towards the business angle that people approach mentors for, at least in the experienced studios. The inexperienced studios were all like, how do I program? What does artwork? And that was a bit telling. So experience doesn't need to be yours. Like this is a conference covered in huge amounts of experience. Go and ask people who've shipped games. If you're worried about like, oh, my project is X long, I don't know if it's going to work, I'm not sure how we're going to survive, everybody hates everyone else now, how do we deal with this? Lots of people here have dealt with the same problem, and they'll be able to tell you their personal solutions. And in terms of the long term, publishers are a really good solution. If you can't necessarily hire people to take over the skill burden of shipping games, publishers live for that. Like, interviewing a publisher and interviewing a game developer and talking about shipping was like, I wasn't talking about the same thing. The one person I was talking about being ill for 3 months, and the other person I was talking about cake. It was just like, oh. And where developers are like, oh, I like being able to do the stuff that I was doing before, publishers are like, shipping is great, we need more ideas to ship this thing, come on. It's pretty interesting.
Well, I need a publisher.
Again, with publishers, make sure they're always providing value to your team and value to your game. You don't want to just sign with a publisher because you're hoping like, yeah, they're not going to hate this as much as we are. Chances are if they don't find something to love, if they don't find a way to add value, it's not going to be worth it for you. And budget for time after you ship. Make sure that you're not like, you know, hey, we'll ship this game and then immediately we'll go on to the next work for hire project and we'll hope that we make enough revenue share while this is happening and then life will be great. You're going to need it. I mean, if you're broke, how will you support the studio? That's a question you need to be able to answer. How will you find another client if you've been pushing really hard for 3 weeks or pushing really hard for 5 years to finish your game? Deal flow is tricky. What do you do if the game doesn't earn? Where is your income coming from? These are all questions you need to have, and shipping is never going to be a magic bullet to solve those problems. Like, oh yeah, we'll put this game out there and everybody will make $1 million monies. No, there's like 5 people in the history of ever that's happened to. And think of your plans as like being at least a year long. So try to plan for the, like, I don't know, 6-month plan, a year plan, and maybe an 18-month plan if you can. And they don't have to be super detailed. You know, being asked, so what's the next game, is often the most annoying question that you'll get at like dev meetups and, you know, when you're talking to press, they're like, what are you doing next? And that sucks. But if you don't have an answer, it kind of means you don't have a plan. So if you have a little bit of a plan, answering that's really easy. And it doesn't have to be super accurate, just, you know, hey, yeah, we're going to do this next, or we're spending this long prototyping. But be careful of putting the burden of running your studio on prototypes. So when you do prototype, have goals. How many prototypes are you going to do? How long is each prototype going to last? How long is the entire prototyping session going to last? What new skills do you want to learn? Who do you want to try in different positions on the team? What new people do you want to bring in and try on the prototypes? Goals for prototyping are crazy important, and that requires a longer term plan. Prototyping on its own is never going to solve any of your issues. And then the most important thing is to look back and learn. You need to reevaluate every time you finish a game, or every time you get a game to the point where you're, oh, the GIF's working, yeah. Every time you get a game to the point where you're thinking about shipping it, look back and go, okay, what could we do better? How could we do this differently? What problems could we solve? You know, if your PR was bad on your previous game, do something about it. And if you crunched and everyone hates each other, avoid it next time. Figure out your management problems. The reality is that even if you've shipped a lot of games before, and this surprised me, every developer I spoke to always had things that they wanted to learn from about their previous game. They were like, oh, we shipped this and this didn't work, and we shipped and this didn't work, and then previously we tried this thing and blah. And one of the reasons for that is that the market conditions change. When business hits your game, when you start trying to make money off of this thing, you're never going to be shipping the same game that you were, or shipping into the same environment that you started building your game in. So your predictions are going to be wrong. You kind of need to learn how to deal with that, and that's a skill. You've got to practice that. And if you're already reasonably good at dealing with the problems you had last ship, then now the new problems are going to be much smaller, and they're going to feel much less overwhelming. Oh, and there's just one more small thing before I wrap up and we can do questions. And this is pretty universal. Don't live together. Being in the same space constantly while trying to ship a game is a multiplier for every single stress I've mentioned and every single problem that developers have. It creates an environment in which crunch is much, much easier to get into because you never really stop working. And it offers few outlets for the relaxation necessary for people to kind of turn off work and calm down and go do other things. You might all love each other and be the best of friends and have the best time, but the teams that live together had the hardest time. And, you know, hey, this is not necessarily a cause and effect thing. It might be that teams that live together for budgetary reasons also had the worst approaches to management, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But even teams that were living together because it was convenient or because they thought it was the best way that they could make games still had a bad time. So, questions? And yeah, feel free to ask stuff about early access if you need to. I also really wish that I could take all the interviews that I did and make them podcasts, but that would violate everybody's privacy. There's a huge amount of learning in those things. So, you know, I strongly recommend that if you have questions about the business of running a studio or what it's like to deal with the problems you're currently having, reach out to a developer that you think has already solved those. Chances are they'll respond, you know.
So I feel like everybody has kind of an assumption about what the term crunch means, and I never hear a formal definition. Would you mind describing your definition?
Wow, okay, I'm being asked for a formal definition of crunch. In the questionnaire, I asked people what flavor of crunch they'd experienced, mostly because a definition of crunch is a tricky thing. I think a lot of people use time at work, you know, so anything above whatever your kind of current work environment standard hours are. And other people use amount of time taken from other activities, which is what I personally prefer. So if you're taking time from family time, that's crunch. If you're taking time as a team, you know, and there's a difference between mandated crunch, where it's like a producer is on everybody's ass and saying, like, you have to be in at X time in the office or everybody's fired, versus people choosing to crunch on their own because they feel they have a goal, or they're like, oh, I'm slightly behind on this thing, I'm going to work on this a little bit harder. It's the things you're taking time from that you most often don't notice. A lot of people only start thinking about crunch as crunch when they're taking time away from sleep. But there are things that you're taking things away from before that point. So, yeah.
Cool, thank you.
I just wanted to say, excellent talk. It's been one of my favorites so far. Curious to know either your personal opinion or the opinions of the people you've interviewed in regards to answering support emails, specifically in terms of honesty, like how honest do they recommend being? I've seen it go both ways. I've seen people be like, oh, thanks, like I really feel like I understand like what you're going through as a developer more, and I've also seen it backfire where somebody's been like, oh, you're not fixing the netcode? You're abandoning the community. I don't want anything to do with you. I'm going to scream as loud as possible about it.
Okay, so general strategies for responding to support emails. I think those change according to the team and according to the skill sets you have. If you have somebody that's good at writing on your team, then you can afford to be a little bit more responsive. If you have somebody that's really good at community management and they know how to talk to your players and they're an established voice, because the things where people like often listen and really respond well is when they're being responded to by somebody that they expect to respond to them. So there's a way that the studio communicates, or there's a way that X tech support person communicates with people. This can vary. I mean, if you're funny, or you think you're funny and you have like a cool response, I mean, we have this massively sarcastic form email when people ask us when something's coming out on a phone. And we're like, this is the worst phone ever, and this is, you just search replace for XXXXX for whatever phone they've mentioned. And it's like, this phone is terrible, it's the worst, everything is bad, we hate it. And then it goes in this weird tirade about like movies in the 80s, and then comes back, and yeah, it's really stupid. But people love it. And they love it because that's sort of how we communicate in the game already, and therefore that makes sense. Generally, if you're unsure, ask someone, and ask someone outside of your team. And these are things that you can build strategies for. So, you know, as robotic as it sounds, have a flowchart, like, is Steve here? Yes, Steve should answer the mail. You know, is Steve not here? No. Are we currently angry? Yes, send the email to Steve. You know, like, build processes for this sort of stuff. And it differs according to your team.
Hey, Danny. You emphasize testing a lot in your talk, and and you mentioned that regardless of the size of your team, experienced teams tend to have whether it's paid QA or internal QA, a very robust QA process. And I was wondering if you could give more details about what worked for certain teams, or if you saw any patterns that emerged.
Different teams had, okay, so the question is if there were patterns in QA responses, because I was talking about it a lot, and how teams tended to test. It wasn't so much that teams had specific ways of testing that were common to everybody. Some teams had days of the week where no new development happened and they only did testing. Other teams had internal QA people that were constantly testing. So they were always a couple of builds behind. And if a build was not okayed for release by this person, it didn't go out. Okay? And obviously that person was plugged into their bug finding and bug system and all the rest of it. Testing is often an interaction between how good your bug notation is and how many cheat keys you have in your game for your developers. So if you have really, really good bug notation and your bug system is has no repetition and everything is assigned to the correct person and whatever, that's great. Step one. Step two, if that person, when they're fixing the bug, is using cheat keys that players are not necessarily going to use, then you often have issues where that bug is marked as fixed and it's not actually properly tested. So having that kind of semi-pedantic angle to making sure your testing is as close to what players are going to do in your game as possible, that's really important. And then there's also kind of an approach to testing that relies on marking systems as dirty. So if you have a very compartmentalized game, then, okay, you change your collision detection a little bit. That makes everything pretty dirty because, if you have an endless runner, collision detection interacts with everything in the game. But if you change an animation system, then that doesn't really mark everything else as dirty, so you don't need to retest everything. You only need to test those animations and kind of what they look like for the player, because they're not going to suddenly make your scores change. They're not going to make players clip through walls unless your animation system is really weird. So if you make a roguelike, every time you make a tiny change, or a procedural game, every time you make a tiny change, everything is marked as dirty and you have to retest the entire thing from scratch. So don't do those games. They're bad.
Awesome, thank you.
Hey, Danny. I was just wondering if, in interviews or experience, any of your advice would be different when dealing specifically with contractors, people who aren't necessarily planning on sticking with the team after a project is done. You're in production and you can't really support full-time whatever, so you're bringing out a bunch of people who, in their mindset, is the game's done, I'm leaving.
Yeah.
Is that any different? Do you treat them differently? I don't know.
There are some interesting approaches here. A lot of people recommend, in terms of dealing with shipping, focusing on kind of a more Hollywood model, which is all contractors and bringing in people for very specific things.
Oh, but you can't see it if it's on
often what happens is they leave when the game is done.
Black window.
And unless you're really prescient and you're aware that the skill needs
of your
game are going to change, you don't have them for tech support, right? So tech support falls on a different person, which is fine if that person is okay with it. If that person is you, and all of these skill changes suddenly end up falling on you because you're running a team and now all your contractors are gone, that's going to be terrible. There were a lot of stories where people were telling me things like that. They were like, yeah, everybody left when the game was done. I'm like, well, did you hire them for when the game was finished? Or did you hire them just to finish the game? And people are like, oh, I never thought about that part. And also, why not hire contractors to help you with shipping? Hire a contractor that's really good at community management. They should pay for themselves. Hire a contractor that's really good at bug finding. They should pay for themselves. So if you're only contracting people, your contracting loadout doesn't go away after you ship. It just changes. So you might need more people. And maybe you only need them part-time, but focus on getting people to do the jobs and the skills that shipping needs.
Thanks. Hi. How early in the development process are you thinking about testing?
How early should you test? Well,
planning for testing too.
Okay.
Just love that joke. It's so stupid.
Relatively early.
Golly. My
I'm
favorite
a
type
big
of humor.
proponent of like fast prototyping. So fast prototyping is essentially undirected testing really early in a project cycle. It's not like, oh, hey, we've built the entire game design document and then thing and whatever and waterfall model and everybody starves. It's once you understand your game and you understand what you're offering your players and the things you want your players to feel and the goals that players are going to have while they're playing the game, and you have like methods to evaluate your general gameplay, that's when you should start building a testing system or a testing methodology. And the earlier you build that in, the less of a imposition it's going to feel on the people that have to implement it, who may never have thought about implementing something like this before. So if you suddenly only start focusing about testing after your game ships and you have just released patch number 5 in day 2 of your game being on Steam and everybody is really angry with you because now the same bug that was fixed previously is back, but it's worse, you know, people are going to be upset with your testing methodology. If you have a robust testing methodology from super early on in development, that's great. You know, if you have a system that allows you to automate some of your testing because you've been building that into your game continuously, that's going to save a huge amount of time. So I would say start as early as you have some kind of metric.
Cool. Thanks.
Hi, this is sort of a question about the end. Like, you've been supporting a game for 2 years and now you're going to really stop committing resources to that and move on, and it's been 2 years and really we're done with it. Did you get any feedback from people about like how to handle the emails, like, why haven't you patched your game in 6 months? Well, we're done with that now and we've moved on. Like, any ideas about how to handle that, like, end of the relationship?
Okay, so how to handle when a game is done and you're no longer necessarily working on it actively. Again, that depends on the team and it depends on the game. You need to be making these decisions from a business perspective. So if the cost of time of putting in more time into this game is not going to return, it's probably a bad idea. It's probably there's better things you could be doing with that time, essentially. If the only reason you're no longer working on this game is because everybody's really angry with it and like you're super annoyed, then chances are maybe there are not better things you could be doing with your time and you're just kind of feeling the impacts of some kind of burnout or some kind of other problem to do with skill mismanagement. So I would say that it depends on what kind of amount of work is required. And those are always business decisions. Sometimes you'll get like somebody coming to you in a year's time or whatever, and they're like, hey, you know, a year after you stop patching your game, they're like, we want to localize this game into Swahili. It would be a great idea. None of you know where people speak Swahili, do you? Yeah. Yeah. You fail. They want to localize the game into like a weird language like Swahili or whatever, and you're like, well, it's going to take me half a minute to, you know, change the localization text file because I have one of those. Yeah, cool, let's do it. And then you re-release because of that. Basically, if supporting the game is damaging to your company, don't do it. And if your communication around that is the thing that you're not sure about, hire someone. You know, there's lots of people that handle PR. There's lots of people that, I mean, if you go to any kind of like VC or startup environment, there are people who will tell you, oh yeah, don't say that to people, or don't say that to people, or don't say that to people. Your communication should be in the same style. And I think as indies, we're generally pretty open with our audiences. So if you just say, hey, look, we got to work on other games. Often the easiest way to tell people you're no longer supporting a thing is go, oh, yeah, sorry, we're not doing this anymore. Here's a screenshot of what we're currently doing. You know, and you give them a link to a prototype or whatever it is, and you kind of deflect people to the new part of your forum where they can interact with the current game that you're building. And like, at that point, people are usually pretty happy because they're like, oh, you're doing something new. Well, that's cool. So, yeah. Rad. Nobody asked about early access. Yes. It's brilliant. That means my wording change worked. I think we're pretty much done. So if you'd like to head out, please remember to fill out your evaluations. And thank you very much for coming. I hope every single one of you ships your games.
All right, well, made some good progress tonight. Just combine this real quick. I don't know, how much did we do in one night? We did quite a bit. This one's almost done too. So, I don't know, when I started, just after the plane, right? So I had that one, but I had part of this, that's right. I was just doing that. So we got that, this one, and shit, showing the meteorite, it going into the door, and then this whole scene, which I think this is the hardest one. And yeah, moving forward, making progress. So we're at 24 of there's 85 of these now, but there's also 15. I don't remember where I put the other stuff at. Up here, there's 15 of these, which I think some of these are animated as well. There's a couple of these animated ones in here. So, 24, 25 of, I think it was 110. And then there's the research stuff. That means I'm maybe a fifth of the way through, which isn't bad, seeing as it's only been 2 days since I did the storyboarding, right? I think it won't take me a month, as long as I keep working on it hard, which I plan to. But it's still gonna take, yeah, at least a couple weeks. I need to stop here though. My butt hurts. I hope that the that whole GDC thing wasn't too weird. I don't think I don't know. I might do it more, I don't know. But we'll see. I enjoy it, but it's also kind of weird to do that while streaming when I could just do that when not streaming. But it does show how I would approach what I'm doing if I was off not streaming. I guess that has some value. I don't know. All right. That is it for me. Later.